What is up? What is up? What is up? Welcome in everybody to another wonderful episode of Cooking with the Real, where you get the realest, rawest takes on the internet. We're gonna cook up some good food too. We're gonna chillax and relax. We're gonna do some power rankings for y'all today. Discord's open. You know how to get in here. You're welcome to come on up here, help out with the power rankings if you want to. We're just chit chat about football and life in general. It's Sunday, Monday, time to just chillax. It's not too bad out here right now. We got the fans set up, so we shouldn't be sweating too much today. But the sun really ain't started beating down on us quite yet, and we ain't starting to grill up either. Like I said, we're gonna be cooking up some chicken wings and some hamburgers today. Uh, Seasoned up the chicken wings with some caramelized onion seasoning, some buttery steakhouse, which is like a nice little mixture of garlic and butter and salt and pepper, oregano, and then some garlic salt as well. So gonna be good, gonna be good. But yeah, come on in. We're gonna get these rankings started here shortly. Let me just check something out real quick. We go to our, this is what I want to go through. I want to go to our studio. So how can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me good? Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Oh yeah, y'all can hear me good. Y'all can hear me good, but let's mute it though. Let's mute it though. That way I can keep an eye on the chitty chat. The chitty chatter. Oh, when it comes up as soccer again, I don't know what I'm doing wrong with, like, maybe it's the thumbnail or something in the description or something in the title. Something is making it come up as soccer and not football, which is killing my algorithm. So I gotta find and figure out what that is causing it to do that, because I gotta fix that. We can't be having that. We definitely gotta have it coming up and getting shown to all the people interested in the NFL football. The NFL football. Because, yeah, that video I worked on yesterday, man, I spent 2.5 hours yesterday working on the video, and it gets posted, and, like, you click the like button, and it shows you a little soccer ball. Damn, bro, it's getting pushed to all the soccer heads out there. No wonder ain't nobody gonna click on it. Anyways, that's just the real. So I gotta figure out what's going on, what keyword I'm using that's causing it to trigger the soccer and not the NFL. Maybe if I just I've tried clearing out all the football hashtags, see if that would help. We'll see. We will see. I was originally going to come on here and predict the season for all 32 teams, but I figure it's only right that I power rank them before I do their schedules. Although I've already done a few, you can go check. You can go check our channel. We got a couple of them out already. I think I've done 5 or 6 of them so far. Um, but they may change by the time I go and do the all 32 predictions. I found a nice little site where it lets me do it, and it kind of fills in the other games as well. So it's like if they're playing this team, it'll go to that team and it'll fill that game in with your same outcome. And I was actually in the process, I was like, because I was thinking about it like last week. I'm like sitting there working and stuff, and like I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, bro, I need a site that I can go into and I can do these schedule predictions, but it it keeps track moving forward so that I don't have to keep track or I can prevent from making mistakes, choosing a different outcome to get a true schedule prediction. And I was like, so I contacted my buddy and started talking with the Google and stuff, trying to figure out how I can make a site myself. I am going to work on one over the course of the next year. Hopefully, I can have it ready by next off season. But I found one that works now. It's not too bad. It's definitely not too bad, and it's got some cool features to the site. So definitely go check it out. NFL Perry predictions. Not bad, not bad. But I'm gonna be making something similar to that. But we'll see. See. How's everybody's Sunday fun day going? We chilling? We relaxing? Chillaxing? Not too hot yet. Like I said, it's only what, 2:30? Give it another hour and this sun will be coming down right through here. Do another hour and this sun will be coming down right through here, bro. Oh, they're gonna start getting hot. But we thought ahead. We thought ahead. We got the fan set up. So hopefully not too hot. But once I fire up that grill, that's where it's gonna come in. What's up, Mr. Paul? How you doing today? I'm gonna have some fun today. We're gonna power rank. My volume is low. Oh, maybe I need to bring my phone closer. That's no bueno. Maybe I just need to speak up a little bit. Can you hear me now? Boom, 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 boom. Or maybe, hold on, let me move this fan. Maybe if I move the fan somewhere else, it's not right there by the mic. So it's not right there by the mic. Gotta stand up here, buddy. We need you to stand up here, buddy. Get it. Get it. Still low. Hang on. All right. I might have to go get my microphone then. Let me check my volume settings on here. How about now? How about now? Still low. Low as you can go. Well, we're gonna go ahead and start getting our power rankings underway. Let me go switch the screen to the big screen real quick. Get these power rankings underway. Yeah, I could try and use my mic, but I broke it yesterday, so I gotta put it back together. And if it'll even work. You have your volume high. High, high, high. All right. We're gonna worry about this later. Let's get this power ranking under the way. Go ahead. Y'all want to drop some teams down in the chat to for me to give the power ranking for? If not, I'm just gonna roll through the list and do it how it does. So if we start here with the Saints, let you guys look through it. So those are the tiers that got it: Super Bowl favorites, Super Bowl contenders, playoff teams, potential wild cards, missing playoff teams, mediocre at best, young but intriguing, and then number one can pick contention. Cool. We got the New Orleans Saints. I like this team right now. They are young, they're intriguing, so it fits that they just go in the young and intriguing column because they're not quite there yet. They are intriguing. The Travis A Chain pickup kind of lets you know where they're at with Alvin Kamara. Um, he wasn't really too useful for them last year. They were kind of going through some growing pains, trying out all the different quarterbacks that they had available, trying to figure out which one was going to be the guy. So far, it seems like they found a guy in Tyler Shuck. They're going to give him the reins to start the season this year. We'll see how it goes. They do have some pieces over there for him to utilize. Taysom Hill, Swiss Army knife, but he's getting a little bit older. You can't really utilize him the way he used to be, but you still got Chris Olave kind of in his prime, teetering on the edge there. You know, he's been in the league for a few years, so a pretty good veteran that you can rely on. And then yeah, the pickup of Travis A. Chain helps their running game out. Juwan Jennings or Juwan Johnson, tight end. So they have some pieces over there, and they're quite intriguing. They're just not quite there yet. Um, so yeah, they go in that young but intriguing category. And then we're gonna skip over to Miami Dolphins for right now, and we're gonna go to the Baltimore Ravens. Talk with my chest. I might just have to bring this thing a little bit closer to me. That's all. All right, so the next one on the list, we got the Baltimore mother freaking Ravens. Yeah, it's probably because I'm outside, Cap. Like the phone is pretty. I'm just out here, and my mic. I broke my mic yesterday, so I don't know if I can hook it up. I'm working on it. Let's see. Let's test her out. Let's test her out and find out, huh? How's that? Mic check. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? All right, so the next one on the list, we got the Baltimore mother freaking Ravens. Thinking of where to put this team. Like they're usually Super Bowl or at least playoff contention, right? Potential wild cards, missing playoff team. Hmm, I do think that they take a step back this year, actually, with the coaching change that went on. They're bringing in a really young offensive coordinator. They grabbed Anthony Weaver for the defensive side of the ball from the Miami Dolphins. And that's really not, I don't really like Anthony Weaver. Personally, I watched what he did with our players over here for the last couple of years. I don't like how he coached the defense. I don't think he's going to do good for them over there. I think they're going to take a step back. I actually already predicted their season, um, and they missed the playoffs. But we're going to put them in potential wild card because all they need to do is win two more games than what I had them projected, and they're a wild card team. Especially depending on how their division pans out, because you do have Cincinnati Bengals and Pittsburgh Steelers to worry about. And I know a lot of people out there aren't like pretty high on the Steelers because of Aaron Rodgers, but at the end of the day, freaking Aaron Rodgers. We'll get to that when we get to the Steelers. So we're going to put the Baltimore Ravens as potential wild cards. Potential wild cards. And then the next one on the list is the Cincinnati Bengals. Cincinnati Bengals. Cincinnati Bengals is the next on the list. We got Super Bowl favorites, Super Bowl contenders. We got playoff teams, potential wild cards, missing playoff, mediocre at best. I don't think they fit anywhere under the potential playoff team. As long as Joe Burrow stays healthy, as long as Joe Burrow stays healthy, these Cincinnati Bengals are contenders. And going back and looking through trend, can y'all hear me better now? Can y'all hear me better now? Going back and looking through trend, this should be a good year, a healthy year for Joe Burrow. So I'm assuming he's going to stay healthy this year. And if Joe Burrow stays healthy this year, we know they're going to score points. They're capable of scoring points even without Joe Burrow. We've seen what Joe Flacco can do. I mean, you just throw it up to Jamar Chase 40 times a game, and he's catching half of them. That's all you need. You throw it to him 40 times and he catches half of them, that's going to equate to over 100 yards and at least one possibly even two touchdowns, if not one of those other situations is putting you in the goal line area. So even if Joe Burrow doesn't stay healthy the whole time, I do believe that they can be contenders in the playoffs. But I think Joe Burrow will be healthy. So I'm going to put them as Super Bowl contenders this year. But that could change next year. We'll see. And that could easily change. But based on what we know and what Joey Burrow is capable of, a healthy Joey Burrow, I think this year we could put him there as Super Bowl contenders. And then we got the Denver Broncos is next on the list, ladies and gentlemen. The Denver Broncos is next on the list. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Oh, see, here comes that sun. Here comes that sun. Let's F and go. All right, so the next one on the list is the Denver mother freaking Broncos. Came out last year and they were looking hot. They were hotter than fire. And they were one Bo Nix away from going to the Super Bowl. One Bo Nix away from going to the Super Bowl, ladies and gentlemen. We all know that if Bo Nix was there, Broncos, Seahawks, Super Bowl, and it might have went a little bit differently. Might have been crowning the Broncos as the Super Bowl champions instead of the Seahawks. So with that being said, I, I don't like Waddle for us. In my opinion, he was not a very good receiver for us, but I do think that he's going to be a good complement to the Denver offense. I think it was a good addition for them and will help them because it is going to help complement the offense. You're not really relying on this guy. We've seen we've seen what he is when you need to rely on him. And he's a lot better when he's not the number one guy, when he's not the guy that you need to rely on every down or every drive in order to make plays to keep the drive going and sustaining success. So, but he's a very good complementary guy to what they already got going on right now. So I do feel like it kind of gives them an upgrade as much as I hate to admit it. Waddle going to Denver does give them a slight upgrade at their wide receiver position. And we seen what their running backs were doing last year. They were pretty good. They're ranked low, but they get the job done when they need to. Um, I think the question is going to be how Bo Nix comes back from his injury. I think that's going to be the real question. But I think we could still put them up there as Super Bowl contenders. Super Bowl contenders. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Super Bowl contenders, Super Bowl favorites. What's up, Joe? Are y'all still having trouble hearing me? Let me check this volume. Mike, 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 Mike. I don't know what that one's coming in from. Hold on. I don't know what that one's coming in from. Mute this one. That might be coming in. Yeah. Right. Now let me check it on the other one. All right, now let me check it on here. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic. Might take a second to catch up to where I'm at. It's quiet. It's super quiet. Yeah, I'm trying to get it worked out. I'm outside, so like I don't have my mic set up. Oh. Mike? It's quiet. It's quiet. It's quiet. Well, we can't have that. Let me go ahead and move that over while I wait for this to see if these are even making a difference here. This little microphone. I dropped it yesterday and it got broke. Yeah, it is super quiet. And I got this shit all the way up. Why is it so quiet today? All right, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna fix that. Hmm. Oh well, I'm just gonna have to talk with my chest, ladies and gentlemen. That's just how it's gonna have to go. We're just gonna have to talk loud around here. All right, so we were putting Denver Broncos as Super Bowl contenders. Super Bowl contenders. Although for the AFC side, I think they're Super Bowl favorites. I do think that they are the Super Bowl favorites on the AFC side of things. So that's where we're gonna put them. That's where they're going. So who do we got next? Who do we got next? We got the New York Giants. The New York Giants. Now, this is another team that is young but intriguing, right? Jackson Dart, Cam Scatterbo. I think there's questions around Malik Neighbors, even though that's another young piece that they have. T. Tracy Jr., that's another young piece that they have, although he hasn't last year didn't have such a great year, even when he got the opportunities. Malik Neighbors has been question marks of whether he's going to be able to stay healthy and stay on the field. We saw last year that's pretty much what the whole team was. They were not able to stay on the field. Well, insert Jim Harbaugh. Now, or John Harbaugh, sorry. Insert John Harbaugh. He comes in, they make some moves, they get a bunch of old veterans to come in here and in the wide receiver room. So they basically went from being one of the youngest teams to one of the oldest teams by picking up three players. Um, so that takes them out of contention for young but intriguing, in my opinion, and I'm gonna have to put them mediocre at best because they're already dealing with injuries. They're already dealing with injuries in the off season, in their OTAs and in their mini camp. They were dealing with injuries. So, and then like you saw that political beef between Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart with that whole like introduction of Trump and all of that. That caused a little bit of friction in the locker room. So we don't know how that's going to turn out. So I'm gonna put them at mediocre at best. Young but intriguing did fit for them until they went and picked up those three receivers that basically are in their mid 30s. OBJ, who else? OBJ, and there's two other guys, but they're older fellas. So mediocre at best for the Giants, in my opinion. And then the next one we got on this list is the Minnesota Vikings. The Minnesota Vikings on this list. Now they don't scare me either. Oh, wrong one. They don't scare me. They don't scare me either. The Minnesota Vikings have J.J. McCarthy. He's kind of got nothing but question marks around him right now. I wonder if I turn that off or just turn it down. J.J. McCarthy has nothing but question marks around him right now. And Kyler Murray, he's shown some promise. He is a decent quarterback. I just think he's not going to be able to stretch the field to get the ball to Justin Jefferson. And it's like you take Justin Jefferson out of the picture for the Minnesota Vikings. They don't really have too much to rely on offensively. You got Jalen Naylor, Justin Jordan Addison. I mean, that's all okay, but I mean, these aren't like world beaters. These aren't guys that are like I'm like, okay, they're definitely making the playoffs. Like they might have some wow moments for sure, but playoff contention, I don't think so. I don't think so. So, in my opinion, they're gonna go missing playoff team. They're a little better than mediocre, depending on how Kyler Murray comes out. I mean, they could be mediocre at best, to be honest. But their defense is pretty stout. They got Andrew Van Ginkel still over there, Brian Flores running the defense over there. Their defense is pretty scary, and it could win some games for them, and it could make them a little bit better than being mediocre, but not enough to make it to the playoffs. Not like the Houston Texans, where that defense alone can take them to the playoffs. You know what I mean? There's just not going to be enough for the Vikings to replicate that. So they're going at missing playoff team for me. Oh, and then we got the next one. We got the next one is the Los Angeles Rams. Now, if y'all been paying attention, y'all pretty much know where I stand with the Los Angeles Rams. They're definitely my clear cut Super Bowl favorite for 2026 season. 100% they're my favorite. And if Aaron Darnold ends up coming out of retirement and joining, it's it's even more lights out. I hate to say this as a Dolphin fan, the way that that team is built right now and how hungry they are because they ended up missing last year. Matthew Stafford coming off MVP season, nothing really changed. They went out and got help in the secondary. They went out and got a backup quarterback so that they can just keep the success going if Ty Simpson so ends up working out. But to talk about this coming year, like you have a team that is hungry and they didn't do nothing but get better in the offseason. And you had MVP caliber performances all over the place. I think the biggest thing that scares me with the LA Rams is their running game. Aaron Williams is nice and all, but he's not no Ricky Williams. His first name ain't Ricky, you know. So their run game is troubling, and Matthew Stafford is not the guy that you have to worry about going out and running. Like he doesn't do that. So it does take that element away. It does kind of give the defenses a little bit easier job as far as what to hone in on. You know what I mean? Oh, we know Matthew Stafford's not running out of the pocket. You know what I mean? So we don't have to worry about that aspect of the game. So they do have to play at a completely elevated level over their opponents in order to overcome. But they're hungry. They're fucking hungry. And if they get Aaron Donald, they could challenge the 72 Dolphins this year, and it scares me. It freaking scares me. If that's the case, I'll be rooting against them in the Super Bowl. Man, oh man. But yeah, they're going to Super Bowl favorites for me, hands down. Hands down, clown. Hands down, clown. And the next one we got on this list, the next one we got on this list, Tampa Bay Buccaneers are the next one on the list. I like the Buccaneers. They got a guy in Baker Mayfield. We've seen him do it before. We've seen him put this team on his back and win games for them. They're in an easy division, so they don't have to win a whole lot of games to even just sniff the playoffs. All they got to do is win their division. The life of getting children to get along, the life of a dad. All right, we got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers next on the list. And like I was saying, Baker Mayfield's play alone helps them be potential wild cards and helps them be a playoff team as long as they can win their division. That's the key. They have to be able to win their division. That means they're playing the Panthers twice, the Falcons twice, and the Saints twice. All of these teams are getting better subsequently, like equally getting better. So I don't see them winning their division by sweeping anybody in their division. So they're not gonna make it to the playoffs that way. They're gonna have to make it to the playoffs by winning some of these other games that they have on their schedule. And I don't think I just losing Mike Evans. We'll see how it goes. I think losing Mike Evans kind of takes an element away that they had that they could rely on. Because you had Amika Egbuka coming up, and he was doing great for them. But you also had Mike Evans to worry about on the other side of the field, who went 8 straight seasons with 1,000 yard receiving, 1,000 yard receiving seasons, 8 in a row. So the consistency and was there that made you respect both sides, made you respect both receivers. There was also wasn't tape out on Amika Ibuka yet. Now you got the tape out on Amika Ibuka. The loss of Mike Evans. Yes, you have Chris Godwin, but he hasn't been able to stay healthy. I'm gonna have to put the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as a missing playoff team. Who's their number 4 wide receiver? McMillan or that Tet, it's not Tetaroa McMillan, but it's another McMillan, right? Or like similar to McMillan. Um, you have them as a playoff team, but Joe, they have to win their division to make a playoff team. Come up here and talk to me about it. You think they're gonna win the division? See, that's where I'm on the edge, man. Are they gonna win the division though? You've got Carolina Panthers, you got the New Orleans Saints that are coming up. And I mean, like Atlanta Falcons, like Bijan Robinson over there, like Drake London, like that division for me is just so up in the air. I can't confidently tell you any one of those teams are going to win the division, especially when you only need 8 wins, right? 9 wins will clearly win you the division. 8 wins will put you in a tiebreaker, and it comes down to your divisional wins. Like it's so difficult. Like I want to say that they're gonna win their division, but they didn't win it last year. They injuries ended up hurting them late in the season. So you think they're gonna make it? You think they're gonna win the division? All right, I'm gonna go with you, Joe. I'm gonna go with you, and we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna go with the Bucks are winning their division, and that's how they're getting into the playoffs. If they were in any other division, they probably would not be a playoff team. Just saying, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to get that clear right now. Um, Next on the list, though, is the Detroit Lions. Detroit Lions are interesting. They seem to suffer from the injury bug every year. Something seems to happen. Yeah, adding Bain to their defense is a nice addition. I can say that for sure. I can say that for sure. But now the Detroit Lions, they're very interesting. Unfortunately, season-ending injuries always hurt the Detroit Lions. Can they overcome that? Probably not. They do have the best running back currently in the league, number 1 overall going in all your fantasy drafts. Pretty much Jameer Gibbs last year, he was top 3. running back, especially the way that they use them. The passing game isn't bad. You got Jared Goff over there. He's kind of like a Matthew Stafford, just not as good. A little bit more mobile. Like he doesn't want to, but he will use his legs if he has to. I'm 100% with you on that one there, Joe. Because that being said, yes, I do believe the Chicago Bears are a force to be reckoned with this year, and they sneak away that division over there, which would put the Detroit Lions in wild card contention, right? Now, if they can make it to the wild card, though, can they get through the playoffs? You think if they make it into the playoffs and become a wild card, does that give them the opportunity to then run through the playoffs and become a Super Bowl contender? Because if you can make it to the playoffs, you have the chance to become a Super Bowl contender, right? Like, let's look at the Giants that year that they made it to the playoffs and ended up beating the New England Patriots, right? They didn't even belong in the playoffs, but yet they were able to win through and make it to the Super Bowl and then get a victory over the New England Patriots. Thank you, New York Giants fans, for that. Us Dolphins are forever indebted to y'all for that. Anyways, because do we think that they can make some noise in the playoffs? Enough to get past teams like the Eagles, the Rams. Who else is going to be there? The Buccaneers. Yeah, I mean, it's really tough to say right now. Like, I can't put them like, oh my gosh, especially if they stay healthy. If they stay healthy, I think we can put them in the Super Bowl contender category. But it does also matter like the route that they have to take in order to get to the Super Bowl. Can they earn a home field advantage at any point? Playoff team, or wild card? Well, it would be potential wild card, right? It would have to be potential wild card because they're not. Ah, man, we could say playoff team because if you get a wild card, you're in the playoffs. You're not potentially getting a wild card. You have a high probability of getting a wild card. Yeah, Terry on Arnold. They just lost him. They did. This is tough, yo. I think we could still put them in as a playoff team because they are capable of it. They're definitely capable of making the playoffs if they stay healthy. Um, I definitely consider them playoff caliber talent. Next one on the list, Chicago Bears. The Chicago Bears. I like the Chicago Bears. We were just talking about it. Chicago Bears are up there on my list of teams that will do good and perform well this year. I like what they got going on over there. That connection between Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams is peak, as my daughter, my son, my kids would say. They would say that's just so peak. Speaking of kids, let me check on them. What time is it? I might need to get the grill going soon. Oh, it's only 3:20. We got a little bit of time before I gotta kick that grill on. What's up, bud? Um, I like what they got going on defense. We saw the Chicago Bears last year break the tush push. We saw that dude go in there, reach in, just yank that ball right out of Jalen Hurts' hands. So this Chicago Bears team is young and intriguing. and they're Super Bowl contenders. And that's where I would place the Chicago Bears. I do think they are contenders for the Super Bowl. I just think that it's going to be tough, and they're going to have to prove why they're Super Bowl contenders. It's not going to be an easy road for them at all. With the NFC West and NFC North looking like they are, wild card teams will probably have 12 and 13 wins, and that's what happened last year, right? Same thing happened last year, and and we like to say that the AFC is loaded and stacked, bro. Although if you look at the AFC West now, like it's getting there, and the AFC North as well, like they're always competitive. Even though you got the Browns over there, you still got the Bengals and the Ravens and the Steelers. So, all right, I'm gonna put them as Super Bowl contenders. Chicago Bears, Super Bowl contenders. Super Bowl contenders. All right, all right. And the next one we got on this list, the next one on the list is the San Francisco 49ers, another NFC team. This one here is another good one, too. Another good one, right? They got Mike Evans. They just went and picked up Mike Evans. You got George Kittle. He's kind of dealing with an injury. We'll see how he goes. He's just kind of he's a solid, reliable tight end when he's on the field. He's a solid weapon. He's somebody you have to plan for. He's definitely a gadget guy and a useful guy for the San Francisco 49ers. You also have Christian McCaffrey, who's a freaking absolute monster maniac who can be used anywhere. And then you have Brock Purdy orchestrating this. Now, San Francisco 49ers are another team that still has to deal with injuries, but they still find some way to win, especially that win important games despite injuries. I think a lot of that has to do with the coaching over there. I think as long as they got their coach, Kyle Shanahan, I think they're in a pretty good spot. I know you don't agree with me on that, Joe. I know you're not a Kyle Shanahan guy, but he does lead that team and he does make that team relevant no matter what situation is going on for them, despite injuries, despite everything. Like, he makes the San Francisco 49ers relevant and at least playoff contenders. Now, does that make them Super Bowl contenders? We know they're a playoff team. We know that. We know they're a playoff team. Even being injured, they're going to sniff the playoffs. For who, Joe? 21 to 1 payout for who? You talking about for the Bears? Can we consider this year, can we consider the San Francisco 49ers Super Bowl contenders? We saw Christian McCaffrey stayed healthy all year last year. That's really the key for them, right? Christian McCaffrey stays healthy, they could do whatever they want. Well, I think that's what the addition of Mike Evans does for them, right? Because now you're giving yourself a reliable receiver on the boundary. That's something they haven't really had. They've had a bunch of just gadget guys that you just kind of like throw darts at the dartboard, and you're hoping one of them sticks in the bullseye. Like Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings, like not a bunch of big names. just guys that can kind of get the job done when you need them to. Think about it, kind of like the Miami Dolphins receivers. Just need them to get the job done when they're called upon. All right, not gonna be big and explosive and make big wow catches on the sidelines or anything like that. So we're gonna go with Super Bowl contenders. I think, I think it's a good fit. Oh man, we got another good one. Got another good one. We got another good one. Yeah, I mean, because if you think about it, Ayuk wasn't even available for them most of the time. Last year, he was like completely AWOL and somewhere else. But yeah, it's a breath of fresh air for 49ers fans to go from Ayuk to Mike Evans. Like 8 straight seasons with 1,000+ receiving yards, and he's about to get another one. And if he can get another 1,000+ receiving yards season, they're definitely Super Bowl contenders because you know Christian McCaffrey's getting another 1,500 himself. We'll get to the Cowboys. I like the Cowboys. It's the Eagles that are on the list right now. Now, addition by subtraction with AJ Brown, in my opinion, for the Philadelphia Eagles. I think by them getting rid of AJ Brown allows their offense to get opened up a little bit more. They can explore, they can actually form an identity that's not feed AJ Brown the ball or get yelled at by not feeding him the ball. Um, Pulling that pressure off of Jalen Hurts' shoulder of always having to kind of have AJ Brown in the back of his mind, like, oh, can I get him the ball? Taking that first initial read out of it and allowing the play to just play out how it needs to play out. Saquon Barkley. Now, the biggest thing that does hurt the Eagles, right, is they're constantly changing OC. They're constantly changing their OC. Oh, don't let Bruce hear that. Oh, he'll be all over the place. He hear us talking about the Cowboys taking over that division, but I do think it's addition by subtraction by them losing AJ Brown. I do think that allows, like I said, the offense to kind of form some kind of identity. We'll see how it goes. I do think that they're going to do well this year. I think that they're a playoff team. Um, I don't think the Cowboys take the division personally. I think the Eagles still maintain control of that division over there. I do think it's going to be closer this year than it has been, but I still think that they make it into the playoffs. And if they make it into the playoffs, they're obviously Super Bowl contenders because of the tush push. Unfortunately, I have to put him in that Super Bowl contender category. And do I think Mike Evans puts up more than 1 year in San Francisco? I think he can. I think he can. I think he's got 2 more years in him at least. 2 more good years in him at least. And then at that point, it's kind of just a matter of contract talking and being like, yo, like, how much do you plan on using me? Like, just kind of pay me to be here, and you can call on me on third downs or red zone situations in a tight spot, but really I'm here to just kind of like train up the next group of receivers that you pull in. Um, so I could see him getting more than 1 more year. I could see him getting three, maybe even four. He's what, 30 years old? Um, Yeah, and that's another thing, Joe. Like, these receivers watch these stats. Like, why do you think Travis Kelsey's coming back? If Travis Kelsey goes out this year and has a good year, to where that he's out there receiving a lot of catches and a lot of touchdowns and yardage. He can break some tight end records and like make them to where they're untouchable. And Mike Evans has the opportunity to do the same thing. And you know that they're paying attention to that. You know that they look at those things. So yeah, I really take that into consideration. I really take that into consideration. I do think that he's looking at those stats and he's like, man, I could be up there with some of the greats, and he can get a Super Bowl in the process. Possibly get a Super Bowl in the process. Because let's be real, right? San Francisco is a dangerous team. The way that they just play the game of football. Their, if their defense can stay healthy and Mike Evans can have another 1,000 yard season, we could be talking San Francisco. We could be talking San Francisco in SoFi Stadium instead of the Rams. Could easily happen. I don't think Tyreek can. I heard some news on Tyreek Hill the other day that he might not play this year. We'll see, we'll have to see how that goes. Tyreek Hill may be done though. He may be done though. I know he's trying to make it back. I know he's trying. All right, so Philadelphia Eagles going into the Super Bowl contenders category. I know you don't agree with me, Joe, but that's where I'm putting them because if they make it into the playoffs, they're Super Bowl contenders. Um, Especially if they make it in this year, which they have a high probability chance of doing. And then the next one on the list is the Las Vegas Raiders. The Las Vegas Raiders are the next one on the list to be ranked in category. Where are we going to rank the Las Vegas Raiders? Number one pick contention, young but intriguing, mediocre at best. I think we can kind of, I think we can kind of look at the young but intriguing category and start there because they are young and intriguing. You got Ashton Genty going into his second year. You got Brock Bowers going into his fourth year. You got rookie quarterback in Fernando Mendoza getting trained up by a veteran quarterback in Kirk Cousins. You've seen the whole Step Brothers vibe going on with the schedule release. Um, Joe says give Mendoza 1 year and they'll be a wild card team. I'd like to see what they can do first. I'd like to see what they can do first because they're young and they're intriguing. Um, they didn't have great wide receivers last year. They didn't really do much in the wide receiver game. I think they did go pick up a guy. What was his name? Who was it that they picked up? But yeah, they're in a tough division, and it's going to be rough sledding for them. So they're gonna suffer a lot of losses just from their division. They might get swept by the Broncos this year. They could easily get swept by the Chiefs, depending on how the Chiefs come out and want to play football. So they're tough sledding. They're going to lose week 1 against the Dolphins, and they're going to be the 32nd ranked team in the NFL just to start the season. That's just how it's going to go. You get beat by the 32nd ranked team, you got to take their spot. I'm calling it now, ESPN. Y'all better be listening. That's how it works because I can't believe y'all got us ranked 32nd, but yet you say Aaron Brewer's the third best center in the league. Devon Achane's the eighth best running back in the league. Come the F on now. Jalen Naylor. I mean, so they don't have a bunch of big names over there. Jalen Naylor, he's been in the league for quite a few years and hasn't really done much with the opportunities he's had. If I remember correctly, he was with the Vikings for a while, right? All right, so we're going with young but intriguing for the Raiders so that we can hurry up and fly through this. Young but intriguing. The next one on the list is the Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers went through some changes this off season, right? They went through a few changes. They lost their defensive coordinator. They lost a bunch of guys. They lost their player personnel evaluator. And with them went a whole bunch of other pieces as well. Oh, looks like I gotta set my grill in my app. I gotta set the grill in the app. Hold on, give me a second. Give me a second. I gotta set my grill in my app. See, my grill is technically electric, and my tarp got messed up, so I bought a new one, or my cover for it. I bought a new one, then I lost it after I'd already got rid of the old one, and it's been sitting in the rain for a little bit. So now the controls on the actual machine themselves aren't working. But what was the next team we were talking about? The Green Bay Packers, who's made a lot of moves this off season. Um, they lost their defensive coordinator and their player personnel guy, along with a lot of other members of their media or their staff as well. They have issues going on with their running back Josh Jacobs. Jordan Love hasn't really. Damn, I gotta sign in. Jordan Love hasn't quite proven that he is the guy to take them over the edge, lead them to the promised land. Being considered that they're in the division they're in, there might be potential wild cards, but I'm going to have them as missing the playoffs this year. So I'm going to have them as missing the playoffs this year for the Green Bay Packers. Green Bay Packers, y'all are just missing the playoffs. Sorry. Sorry for your luck, guys. Yeah, and if anybody wants to hop up in here in the Discord and join us, you're more than welcome to hop up in here. If you know how to get in here, you know how to get in here. If you have not joined our Discord yet, go ahead and do so. You can find the link in our profile page. Hit that link, join the Discord. It's a great place to be. Once you're in the Discord and send me a message, I can give you access to the panel for you to be able to come up here and Come on, what are you doing? It's not letting me set anything on here. Were y'all able to hear me during any of that? I don't know. If your entire team's success depends on one person, it's not a strong team. And you know what? Honestly, Joe, I think the addition of Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers last year actually hurt the defense. I think it because I think he had to try and game plan around Micah Parsons to an extent to make that seem like it was such a good pickup, so that they didn't it made it seem like it was worth the pickup. And I think that's what affected the defense. Because if you go and you look back at that defense from 2024, it was night and day. Like the statistics were nearly doubled from 24 to 25. So I personally think the addition of Micah Parsons to that defense is what kind of hurt that defense to an extent. Because it got better once Micah Parsons was off the field. If you go back and look at their season.
What's up, Cat?
What's up, Joe? Can you hear me better?
Yeah, it's better on here. I had shifted over here before you changed something, so I can't tell you about YouTube.
Word, no worries. I imagine it's much better for them as well because I actually have the phone next to me now. Before it was like 6 feet away. So
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to hit one team that I have a higher opinion on than everyone else.
okay, all right. Well, we got Washington Commanders right now.
Not them.
What? It's not them.
Yeah, but I am curious about Jaden Daniels because everyone was on his nuts like 2 years ago, right? And now it's like as he's coming back from injury, does he still got it or is he just a bum?
And I mean, you look at that wide receiver room that they have over there, and it's not exactly spectacular other than Terry McLaurin. And Terry McLaurin himself has been injured the last couple of years too. And then you look at that running back room, they got the likes of Rashad White, Jim McCroskey Merritt, um, another guy. They have like four running backs in that scheme, and they're all going to get utilized.
Yeah.
So it's a very tricky team. But being a team like that, like I don't think you can be a playoff team like that.
Hey, who's their starting running back?
I it's either going to be McCroskey Merritt or Rashad White. I mean, it's going to be between the two of them.
Yeah, that's a pretty lacking room.
Yeah, and then who was the other one they got? Jeremy McNichols, and then another guy as well. Not a very attractive running back room. You literally have Jaden Daniels
Who's
carrying
their
the team. Who's who?
Tight end.
The tight end is it's not Zach Ertz anymore. So I don't know. I really don't know. I'd have to look that one up.
I'll
They're
pull
not
it
a
up.
team that I'm super high on this year. Like I don't even consider them making the playoffs.
I don't even know if they're young either. Their tight end is Okonkwo.
A Conquo. So a
He's from
guy
the
that they
Titans.
drafted last year.
No, came from the Titans.
Okay. So yeah, this team is a complete question mark.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put them in the
Yeah.
missing playoffs category.
Have Antonio Williams as one of their draft picks from the third round as the receiver. I think he was is that Clemson? No, that wasn't was it Clemson? Yeah, Clemson.
Oh, I know which team you're talking about, Joe. I know which team you're talking about. We can do them.
Okay.
I'll let you take it away. The Cleveland Browns, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I remember hearing you talk about them the other day. I'll go ahead and let you fill it in because I do have slightly different viewpoint on the Cleveland Browns. So I want to hear your side first.
But you want them now?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so well, if you look at their schedule, even if they're, an average team, they have an advantage just with their schedule alone because it's rather weak in my opinion. Um, but if you look at what they've done over the draft the last 2 years, they've added some insanely good talent. Put the whole Shitter Sanders thing in a box and look at the rest of their draft and Dylan Gabriel. And you look at all these other pieces they got, and then also that Miles Garrett trade, I think was incredible for them because they got a very good guy that's much younger in Jared Verse, the former Rookie of the Year. They have the most current Rookie of the Year in the linebacker, Leftinger, and
Yeah.
they've added some pieces on the offense for the receiving core. So now they've drafted Denzel Boston, who, in my opinion, coming into this draft was a clear number one, and they also managed to snag Casey Concepcion. Um, so their receiver room could all of a sudden be nasty between those two and Judy. They got great tight ends in Fannin. Um, I don't remember if they still have the
I
other
don't
guy.
think they have Njoku no more.
Yeah, he
But,
went somewhere
but
else.
I and they got a running game too. You got Quinshon Judkins who
Yeah, it was
came out last year and was doing really good. And like I don't doubt anything that you're saying, right? Everything is all gravy with what you're saying. It's 100% true.
they
Like I
drafted
think my
QB.
my biggest question is their QB, Deshaun Watson. What are we getting with Deshaun Watson? He hasn't played football in so long.
I agree. I agree, but if they can
Um,
figure it out at quarterback, that's going to be a nasty team because, again, like I mentioned, their schedule is very favorable.
yeah, and
All,
like I said, you're not wrong. If Deshaun Watson can come out here and be the Houston Texan Deshaun Watson, they could easily contend for that in that division.
I mean, I think we're looking at 10 wins for the Browns at least. I think it could be 10 to 11 wins.
I already went through and did their schedule prediction um last week sometime. I think I had them predicted at 6 wins.
Yeah, I think they'll beat the Panthers when they have their first home game. I think they'll also beat the Steelers at home. I think they'll beat the Jets. I think they'll beat the Titans. That's the fourth win there. I think they'll beat the Steelers again. I think the Steelers are going to be cheeks. I think we probably differ a little bit there because of Rodgers, but I don't think they have anything else on that team. I think they'll beat New Orleans. So that's what one, two, three, four, five, six. That's 6 wins right there before their bye week. Probably lose to Houston. Um, they'll probably beat the Raiders. That's is that 7 wins?
Yeah.
Um, they'd probably lose to the Bengals. They'd probably beat the Falcons, and in my opinion, the Giants. That's 9 wins right there. Probably lose to Baltimore at Baltimore. That's gonna be tough. But then they host Indy, and if Indy is if they're not if they don't have the QB right, like we saw what happened to them last year, that they might not be that strong. Um, so I mean, I think a lot of people assume when they see Cleveland Browns, they're just gonna assume like 5, 6 wins, like hovering around that area. But I think we're talking 10 wins this year for the Browns, based on this schedule.
You're definitely a lot higher than everybody else, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, people aren't used to saying the Browns will be good, but that's never something that happens in preseason, right? But
Well, I
I
mean,
look at this differently, looking at their drafts, looking at their
I'm
schedule,
I,
looking at
I'm
all the
hearing
pieces aligned
I'm hearing your
QB.
argument, and I'm just considering like the shape of our team, and it's like, I'm trying to make arguments that our team's going to be better than most people think. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
trying to
But we don't
hear out the
we don't have
arguments
the
and the
draft
reasons.
history like them. They've got two most recent defensive rookies of the year on their defense. That's great. That's a great place to be as a team.
And I mean, their defense last year had the freaking season, like the single season sack leader now. You know what I mean? Their defense has always been something that you got to worry about. That's how they win their games. Is the defense. You know, they got to keep it muddy, keep it low scoring, bully ball, and hopefully they can just end with a higher score than you can.
Yeah, and for people that are freaking out about Miles Garrett not being there anymore, they sold him at the perfect time because Miles
Oh,
Garrett's probably
100%.
got a year left in the tank playing at the level he plays at. If they had waited that extra year, they would not have gotten the value that they did for Garrett. So I applaud their GM between the both recent drafts and this move to get burst and all this other ammo. I think the Browns are setting themselves up very nicely. And I mean, I think Denzel Boston, Casey Concepcion were two receivers that I really wanted, and they got freaking both of them.
So you would put them as a potential wild card,
That's where
is
I
what
would
you're
decide.
saying.
I think
Uh,
most people are going to put them in mediocre at best, but I would say two
that's
levels
what I
above
was
that.
thinking. Yeah, I was thinking mediocre at best. That's where I wanted to put them, was mediocre at best. But I
Yeah,
can hear your argument saying potential wild card, because when I went through and I did my schedule prediction for them, obviously I had them getting swept by the Bengals and the Ravens, so that's four losses right there.
I
I had
had
them
that too
splitting. I
in
had
my
them splitting with the
prediction.
Steelers, but I had them losing to the Panthers. I had them losing to the Giants. Because if in the week that they play the Giants, if that team is healthy, I think the Giants can be a tricky team that sneaks away some wins. Because
Well, I think Neighbors has to get back to where he was at because if Neighbors is kind of falling away into the wind, what are their receiving threats?
well, that's why they went out and got all them old guys. They went out and got OBJ. They went out and got
Yeah, I don't know.
three veteran
That seems
receivers.
like a
So,
circus act the way they did that, like back to back like that.
yeah.
Getting
Well, I made a joke. I made a joke because they were one of the youngest teams in the NFL going into the season, and then they picked up three players and became the oldest team in the NFL.
yeah, like overnight.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I don't know. I
just
mean,
like that.
look, if OBJ makes the team, we're probably looking at another like 10 catch season for him or whatever.
Oh yeah, he's not out there breaking backs anymore. Like
Yeah,
one handing in the back of the end zone, like his old
right.
days.
Maybe they're a home opener or something, and then he'll kind of just hang out the rest of the year. But
All right, so the next team we got on the list is the Arizona Cardinals. I don't like this team. They have
not
issues
much.
with their quarterback right now. We have Jacoby Brisket out there trying to get number one quarterback money, and he's barely even a backup quarterback. He's only getting the start because he's getting the start.
I think they're going 0 and
like
6 in the division.
Arizona Cardinals for me are number one pick contention, like
I
hands down.
I agree,
I know,
and I really think it's as long as Arch has like a good season. It doesn't even have to be great. As long as he has a good season, I think they don't pass up the chance to have Manning passing to Harrison again in the NFL. I think the Cardinals, that's like a dream to come true for them to have
oh, I didn't even think about that, bro. That would be nice, man. That would be.
the
I
Manning to
remember the days
Harrison
when I.
connection again.
Yeah, I remember the days when I first started playing fantasy football. That was what won me so many championships in the beginning. I thought I was freaking unstoppable. I'm like, bro, this is my first year and I'm freaking balling
It,
out, bro. Like,
it would be a
I
media
did it with
dream for
Harrison.
sure to have those two on the same team. But I mean, if they're picking that low, I think they're going QB. It's a no brainer.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? I mean, they went and picked up Carson Beck this offseason, but I don't think they were planning on getting him to be the guy of the future. But we'll see. I mean, he's going to get some starts this year. I feel like he's going to get the opportunity because, like we said, Jacoby Brisket is out there like fighting for a contract he doesn't deserve,
I think
and
it's a
holding
cool
out and shit.
scenario. Because Beck, if he went to any other team, he's probably never seeing the field. But with
100%.
Arizona, get a chance to prove himself and maybe get a backup jobs with either the Cardinals or someone else.
Yeah, I mean,
Like really,
100%. So, and Jeremiah Love, like, I gotta wait to see what happens because just because he was the highest rated running back coming out of the draft last year doesn't mean that he's going to perform like that. I mean, we saw what Ashton Genty did last year in a team that was actively tanking. You know what I mean?
right?
And we've already seen that Arizona doesn't take care of their running backs. Like their running backs last year, I think they went through four running backs. They ended up having to pull running backs off of waivers and like go scavenging like practice squads to pull running backs in. So
The
year
only thing
one for
I would say,
Jeremiah Love.
does only one team go in this slot where you have the Cardinals?
No, I can put as many in there as I want.
Okay, because yeah, I would say that there's definitely contention for it. Excluding two, because I would put us in the young intriguing, even though I think we're going to be at. I think there's like maybe two or three teams that are more of a favorite for the one overall.
Right.
Uh,
All right.
but
The next, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I think that they could. You're talking about how the Raiders were in full boat, and look at the captain of that boat was Geno Smith, on the Jets. Watching
Yeah,
those
and I mean,
Raiders games, and I've gotten into fights with people on streams. Like watching those Raider games last year, it looked like he was intentionally losing. It looked like he was throwing the ball to the other team on purpose.
and I mean the fact that they went all season without getting a single interception too. I mean, how like what? Oh no, that was
The
the
Raiders,
Jets that did that. That was
Raiders
the Jets that
defense.
did that. Nah, that was the Jets defense that did that. Sorry.
That's Yeah, so you've got like they were already the masters of tank, and then they brought in the captain of tank, to be their QB. So I think it's very likely, even though they've got some talented guys on the Jets, I think it's very likely that they could be trying to get that number one spot and get their first choice at QB.
Yeah, I actually think differently on the Jets this year and Geno Smith. I think we might, if he gets to play, we'll see what happens. Like he's going to play most of it, but there is some issues, off-field issues going on with him right now. Um, but he has better weapons than he had last year. Like Garrett Wilson, they went and picked up Omar Cooper Jr. You have Kenyon Sadiq, Mason Taylor, Brees Hall. I mean, he's got weapons to perform and do a good job. He's just going to have to. I'm a little higher on the Jets than people think, but it's not much higher. It's probably like 4 or 5 wins kind of higher.
Well, you've
Um,
got. I mean, most people assume their coach is going to be fired, like for sure, by the end of the year. He's got the hottest seat of them all.
you think
There's not
so?
much faith. Yeah, there's not much faith in Aaron Glenn because I mean, if they are poor enough to have a top five pick and get their next QB, they're going to want to bring in an offensive minded coach anyway, as opposed to Aaron Glenn. That's just
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I know it's hard to come back from falling asleep at a combine.
Right. Yeah, yeah. I forgot about that, but I mean, the Jets aren't gonna. They have to keep pulling the trigger on stuff until it works because it's been a very long time for them. We're kind of in the same boat. I think that's why we get like these 3-year max, opportunities for our coaches.
So you think Geno Smith is coming back to the Jets to lead another tanking season?
Yeah, and then he'll have to another team and do the same thing. And he'll just quietly rise in the all-time stats, even though he played on absolute ass teams every year. And he does stay in the news in the off season. Remember that one time he got punched in the face, and broke his jaw.
I
Every
don't
guy's
remember
jaw.
that.
It was in the
I
Jet
don't
when he was
personally
a Jet.
remember that, but I heard people talking about it.
Yeah, when he was a Jet, one of the teammates punched him in the face in the locker room and broke his jaw because he didn't show up to a charity event that the guy set up, and he
That's
said that he
funny.
was going to attend, and he basically
So
just skipped it, so he got punched in the face.
so we're putting Jets as a number one pick contention.
Honestly, I mean that I think so, but if you think they're like mediocre, or I don't even know if they're young anymore. Um,
They're
but
not young anymore. I mean, I do think they're mediocre at best, but they could still be mediocre and be fighting for that number one pick. Because if that number one pick is getting anywhere between 3 and 5 wins, like there's a
right,
lot of teams that are going to be teetering right around that area.
right. If no one's really tanking, it'll be around four wins that gets that number one pick. And that's why our fans that want us to get that pick don't have to freak out if we get a win or two here and there.
Yeah, yeah, because like there's going to be like even the Arizona Cardinals are going to accidentally win a game or two.
Yeah,
Like, what if you have the situation where you got two teams trying to tank? One of them's got to win.
yeah. And we play the Jets too, so that'll be the big difference maker on who's picking
Yeah,
in front of who
yeah,
when we
hundred
play them.
percent there, 100% there. Um, but it makes sense what you said, like for them to go for the number one pick here. But if Aaron Glenn, see, but that's the double edged sword of it too, right? Because if Aaron Glenn knows it's his last year, knows he's on the hot seat, I mean, this man ain't going to go out there and try and lose games.
Right.
It's a very, very fine line we're playing with.
Right, but that also doesn't mean it maybe he doesn't have the ability to win games anyway, right? So even if he's
Yeah,
not trying to tank, they still might. But it's interesting. It's hard to say anyone will be like the worst or the best. Um, except last year, I was sure the Raiders were going to be the worst team at football, and they were.
yeah, they definitely were. They definitely proved it every week. I'm
Yeah,
surprised Max Crosby, the biggest Walmart return ever, bro.
yeah.
Baltimore Ravens went back to Walmart and was like, "Yeah, can we return this? They're damaged goods."
Why was that? Was it physical, or what did they brought someone else
They
in?
they,
Or
they claimed physical, but I think after the Max Crosby move like got announced, I think Trey Hendrickson um
right, he
I
went
think
there.
his agent ended up like probably reaching out to them and they just used a physical as an excuse to come off of the Crosby trade and go after Hendrickson instead because it was cheaper anyways.
Wait, so Hendrickson's now a Raven,
Yeah.
and who that replaced Hendrickson on the Bengals?
Hold on, let me double check that because it was it Hendrickson. I'm pretty sure they picked up somebody else in the offseason. It may not have been Hendrickson.
Yeah, I'm gonna look as well. I don't remember what exactly happened after the return.
I thought they ended up picking up someone else, and I thought it was Trey Hendrickson,
Uh,
but I could be wrong. Yeah, he's
yeah,
Baltimore
no, they got
Ravens.
him. They got him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I thought I was right. See, I'm wrong sometimes, but sometimes like
Who?
I even question myself. I'm like, damn, did I actually read that?
But
Okay. Yeah.
who did the Bengals replace Hendrickson with? Because that was like their only good piece on an awful defense.
I don't think they replaced him with anybody. I honestly don't
So they,
think they replaced him with anybody. I think they drafted a guy to try and replace him.
yeah, let me pull up their depth chart on. I like our lads because it shows you new players and drafted players that are highlighted in different colors. All right, so they brought in Boy Mafe, Dexter Lawrence from the Giants with that
Oh,
trade
right,
for
Dexter Lawrence. Yep, that was the one.
Jonathan Allen from Minnesota, the defensive tackle, and they drafted Cassius Howell. Um,
Ghost in the chat says he thinks the Jets could win a solid 9+ games.
that's
It's really
wild.
high on them, huh?
That's absolutely wild. I mean, I get two of them coming against us if he's down on us this year, but I don't.
9+, yeah,
I
that's if
look.
you're getting Seattle Seahawks fucking Geno Smith and they're definitely not trying to tank. They have two tight. I mean, I hear you, bro. They do have two good tight ends, three good wide receivers, and three good running backs with a decent O line. They do have all that, but man, you got Aaron Glenn. Can
I think
Geno Smith lead the promised land?
the Bills and the Patriots are basically just fighting each other for this division. Like, there's
100%.
gonna be significant gap between between the Dolphins and Jets versus the Bills and Patriots. Although I don't think the Patriots will be as good, but I also don't think the Bills will be as good. I th I'm hoping they have a new stadium curse. Wait, is that this year or next year
This
that
year.
they're playing? That's this year? Yeah.
Yeah. Ticket
Now,
prices are ridiculous, bro.
the Bills have a lot of pressure. If they go out there and they lose week 1, I forget who they play week 1, but if they go out there and they
Detroit
lose,
Lions.
oh
Detroit
my god.
Lions.
Yeah, so
Home
if they
first home
lose that,
game.
they're gonna be looking at this and be like, "Did we fuck up and fire McDermott when we shouldn't have?" There's gonna be
Yeah,
pressure like that. Like, I think this coach, if he does anything in the divisional, round of the playoffs, um, like, if they're a wild card exit, he might even get canned.
yeah, they're definitely going to second guess their decisions at
Yeah.
quarterback. I mean, coach.
It'll be like us watching Tua play for the Falcons. If he has a good game, people are gonna start freaking out.
Which I mean, he's going to go out there and he's going to look decent in times, and people need to realize that. And the Falcons are actually the next on the list, right? So we can go ahead and talk about it because if we want to be honest with ourselves as Dolphin fans, like there's going to be a lot of moments where his receivers make him look better than he is because now he's throwing to 6 foot plus receivers, you know. So it's like they have a much larger catch radius than what he's used to here in Miami.
Yeah, and if he is starting the full season, he will have more yards than Malik, Willis just because of Malik
Bijan
is, what's that?
because of Bijan.
Well, that but yeah, partially because of Bijan and London, but also because the Falcons are gonna be getting more yards through the air than the Dolphins will be. We're gonna be getting our yards on the ground. So and that goes for the it's gonna cut into the amount of throws that Malik has per game. I don't think he's gonna be the guy that goes out there and he throws it 30 times a game. I think it's gonna be like 18 to 21 throws a game, maybe even lower than that sometimes because
Definitely
he's
to
gonna make
start, right? Definitely
yeah,
to
he's gonna
start
be
the
making
season,
plays.
that's what you should expect. But I mean,
Yeah.
if we expect him to be the guy, like by week 9, it should be ramping up. You should start seeing 25 to 28 pass games and like slowly ramping up throughout the season to get a good evaluation of if he can be that guy that we need him to be, right?
Yeah. But I mean, I think we might still be able to see that he's the guy even though he's got,
Limited.
3,000 yards, something where, you might see 3,800 from Tua in that offense on the Falcons. So I think, people are gonna be freaking out a little bit about that, and I think it's gonna make for some good streams. 'Cause, obviously everyone's very sensitive about that. If he shows any signs of success over there, it's gonna rub a lot of people the wrong way.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna have Tua Nears resurfacing and being, like it's
We
their,
told you. We told
yeah,
you. We told
yeah,
you.
exactly.
We told you. And then if Mike, and we haven't got to the Chargers yet, but if Mike McDaniel and the Chargers have success over there too, that's going to be another
Yeah.
one we're going to be talking about. But so where
Yeah.
can we rank them? Like, do you obviously you don't
Falcons?
see them winning their division because you already got the Bucks as winning that division. Um,
I would say missing playoffs because I think these wild card spots are gonna get eaten up by the NFC West and the NFC North.
yeah, you're going to have, like you said earlier, there's going to be 12-win teams getting wild card spots.
Yeah, and if the Cowboys can figure out how to play defense, they'll probably be one of them. If not, the Eagles, if the Cowboys can overtake them. So
And
I
think
think
about it, man. The Cowboys were a Micah Parsons away from winning their division last year, man. They would have just kept him.
yeah, yeah. So that I mean, I don't know if you agree with that, but I would say missing playoffs.
No, I got him on missing playoffs. It was either mediocre at best or missing playoffs. But I think Drake London and Bijan Robinson and Kyle Pitts, like those 3 players right there, plus they do have a decently good defense. I think that makes him a
Yeah,
little bit more than mediocre. Um, my mediocre at best would have been biased because of Tua, to be honest, but we're not being biased in these power rankings right here. At least I'm trying not to be. The
right.
next one on the list, let's do the Houston Texans. Houston Texans. Now, this defense, the defense alone makes them Super Bowl contenders, in my opinion. Um,
I
had they
agree.
had any other quarterback last year, they would have walked through the playoffs and been in the Super Bowl.
I agree. And the idea that they might even be able to scoop up on Arnold if he's able to play is kind of scary. But if CJ Stroud can figure things out, um, I'd say they're the team that no one wants to play in the playoffs.
100%. 100%. Their defense alone can win games. We
Sure.
saw it happen. They're not only getting turnovers, but they're turning those turnovers into points. And if not, they're putting the offense in very short field position. So it's like you're getting the ball, and all you have to do is kick a field goal.
Now, what is their run game? What is their running back room right now?
So they just went and picked up David Montgomery, and
That's
then
big.
they also have Woody Marks, who came out last year and was
It's
actually
good
doing
young talent.
pretty decent. You know what I mean? He didn't start off the season with them. They had Dare Agumbawale and Damian Pierce, I believe. Um, or not Damian Pierce. They had another guy that they were using, but they were trying to wait on Joe Mixon to come back. That has been their guy, but he's been injured for the
Right.
last year and a half.
So
So
they've
they
got a
kind of
new
just been
offensive line. They brought in Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith, and then they drafted Keelan Rutledge in the first round. And then they're at receiver, they've got Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, uh, Hank Dell. Is he still fucked up?
I mean, he hasn't really played much football since he's joined the league. He's been on and off. He probably plays 4 or 5 games a season.
He's the one whose leg like snapped, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the Texans
So
always have that receiver that they can't actually use. Remember they had the guy from Alabama, Mechie?
yeah,
He had blood or cancer or some kind of issue. And now they've got Tank Dell just sitting there. Um, their receiving room leaves a little bit to be desired, in my opinion. Nico Collins is solid, but
right. But
I'm not.
if you got a defense that can hold
Yeah.
opposing offenses to 20 points or less, and they might score 6 points themselves,
Oh, they
it
added
makes
Reed
it
Blankenship too.
it makes it really easy for the offense to go out there, and all you have to do is be efficient, man. You know what I mean? Like CJ Stroud, all you have to do is just don't turn the ball back over to them.
Damn, so they added Reed Blankenship at free safety, and they also drafted Caden McDonald, the defensive tackle from Ohio State. So they even added on to this defense,
Yeah.
and they added
They're
David Montgomery, like you mentioned, and then like I brought up, they switched out 3 players on their offensive line. Yeah, I'd say I agree. I agree with keeping them high there. Either either
Super Bowl.
contenders or favorite.
I think CJ Stroud kills the opportunity for them to be a favorite, right? And until he can prove it. That's why they
See,
didn't
that's
pay him. That's why they chose to pay the other guy instead of him.
yeah.
Who was it that got paid? He has a really cool name. Daniil Hunter. Was it Daniil Hunter or the other one that got paid?
I don't know who that would be. Because
All right.
are you saying on their defense they have Will Anderson, they've got
That's
Sheldon
who it
Rankin.
was. It was Will Anderson that got paid.
Yeah, yeah, because he was drafted in 2023.
I went ahead and put him as Super Bowl favorites because, like I said, man, if CJ Stroud can just not turn the ball over, this defense is good enough to win them games. And I don't know. It's tough, man. Can I see them over the Broncos though? Because the Broncos have a much better offense, and their defense is good too. But if they were to play each other in the AFC Championship, who would win that game?
I think with their division, the Jaguars and the Colts are decent, but I think the Texans are at like an echelon above them. I think they cruise with that division. Um, yeah, that you're right. That defense kind of it keeps you as a favorite. That's pretty cool, though. I'd like to see if we're not in the playoffs picture. I'd love to see the Texans win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I wouldn't be against it for sure.
I think any of those three teams you have up there, I would be pleased to see win one. I'd love to see Stafford kind of ride into the sunset with another Super Bowl.
Oh,
Um,
100%.
I'd like to see the whole turnaround from Russell Wilson Broncos to the Bo
Bo
Nix
Nix and
Broncos. I'd love to
Sean
see that
Payton.
work out, especially how it ended last year, where they should have been the Super Bowl winners, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. I said it in the beginning. I don't know if you were here in the beginning or not, but I said the same thing. Like if Bo Nix would have been playing in that AFC Championship game, we would be talking a completely different Super Bowl champion this year.
yeah, yeah. I mean, even if you go down the echelon below that, the Bengals and the Bears, I'd enjoy seeing that because the Bengals, you feel like Joe Burrow has been waiting for that opportunity again.
Yeah,
The Bears
and
are on the rise.
Joe Burrow's what makes them Super Bowl contenders, right? Because if he stays healthy,
Right.
he's
It
gonna
might not even
fucking
matter against his cheeks, but I think ultimately that's going to be what kills them in the playoffs is that defense.
yeah. The defense is definitely gonna have to step up and stop some teams in some tight moments. Who we got next? Who do we got next? All right, we're gonna do this one because we already showed some um signs of contention here with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm pretty high on the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. I like what Aaron Rodgers was able to do with what he had last year. He didn't have a whole lot of pieces to use. He
He's
had
still
what DK Metcalf and a bunch of tight ends. And then you had Jalen Warren in the backfield with who was the other guy they had? Kenneth Gainwell.
yeah.
And he was able to take that team and lead them to a division victory. And it was a good division victory too, right? It came down to week 18. It was them or the Ravens, right? It was either us or the Ravens. And they pulled it out against the Ravens week 18. I remember my son crying himself to sleep that night because he became a Ravens fan before that game and like ended up crying himself to sleep that night because the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers just he utilized his intelligence, right? His football IQ. And that's what gives the Pittsburgh Steelers the advantage this year because he is getting reunited with Mike McCarthy, who he's worked with before. And I don't know if you've seen it or not, but there's a nice little graphic that I put out in my Discord where it shows basically all of Aaron Rodgers' passes last year and the efficiency and the completion percentage. And if you go and look at that, like a lot of it makes sense because like obviously he was relying a lot on the RPO game with going to the running backs. Well, they picked up Rico Dowdle in the offseason, right? So that's a running back that helps you in the RPO game. We've seen he's not a break your back like I'm gonna freaking run it down your throat for 200 yards every game, but he has that ability in him, especially if you utilize him properly in the run game out of the backfield, catching screens and things like that. Then they also went and picked up another big body in Michael Pittman Jr. So now you have two 6 foot plus big body receivers that can spread the field
You
and
also got
basically
you also got Jeremy Bernard, who is you can get real creative with him. I don't know if he's a fit necessarily for the Steelers. He's their third receiver. He's the guy out of Alabama that they took in the second round.
Yeah, but even if you're not a fit, you're going with the most veteran. You're going out there with the most veteran quarterback in the league right now, right? So
Yeah.
he should be able to know how to use you, and he's going to be a great quarterback for that young rookie receiver to come in here and start playing with his first year because he's going to like Aaron Rodgers is going to know how to utilize him. He's going to bring the best out of him. And that's how he got to the playoffs last year. Unfortunately, they ran into the Houston Texans, and that defense, well, we just talked about it. That defense can win games. And that's what happened. You know what I mean? Like it was too much for Aaron Rodgers. And that's going to be the key. And that's why I can't make them Super Bowl contenders. But I do believe that they're a playoff team. I believe that they actually will win their division depending on the Bengals. It's going to be a tight one between them and the Bengals, in my opinion. When I
So
did the
are you
schedule prediction, I had the Bengals going 12-5, and I had the Pittsburgh Steelers going 11-6.
are you
So
not concerned with that losing Tomlin is losing a lot at
no,
the head
I'm
coach?
not. I'm not concerned with that because like it's Mike McCarthy. They traded one Mike for another Mike, and this Mike has already worked with Aaron Rodgers. So it's
Yeah,
like
but
there's
what about
already
the
that
rest of the
connection
team,
there.
like the defense and everything? You don't think that there's going to be any like negativity from moving on from Tomlin? Because
You gotta,
everyone
but
wanted Tomlin when
but
they
you got,
realized he was going to be gone. They're like, we should get Tomlin in here. But
but you
from what I'm hearing, Tomlin's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, and because you got to think too, everyone on that defense are pretty much veterans, right? That's like one of the oldest defenses in the league. So it's like, yeah, Tomlin may be gone, but in a sense, he's still there. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like
that's
these
what I'm
guys
saying. Like,
know
what
how
if
to play their positions.
I guess, I mean, it's a good thing for a coach to inherit a veteran defense like that. Um, yeah, but I just wonder with like these 2 teams that lost their 3 teams that lost their longtime head coaches, what will that you wouldn't have
Impact
thought
fee.
would be fired? Yeah, what will the impacts be for the Ravens, the Bills, and the Steelers? The Ravens, I'm not really ready to jump ship on them yet, even though they
Yeah,
lost.
I've already jumped ship. That's why I got them as potential wild cards because like it really just depends on how that division plays out on whether they make it in as a wild
To
card or in as an actual playoff team. You know what I mean? Because that's another division that's going to be a tight race, especially if Joe Burrow stays healthy the whole time. You know what I mean? They're like all three of those teams, Baltimore, Steelers, and Bengals, could be right there at the top fighting for it. And they could be watching that last game in week 18 against Baltimore and Steelers again and see it could come down to that again.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that offense that the Ravens have right now is not something that anyone really wants to face with Lamar and Derrick Henry and they're I don't know if Mark Andrews is still playing or not, but I know they've
He
got
is.
Durham
He
Smith
is.
now. But then you look at their receivers, it's not the greatest receiver room, but they got Zay Flowers and Rashad Bateman, who are like both decent. Um, I think it's an offense that like it worries people. How are you going to stop the combination of Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry? And they usually go off on people, so I don't think they're going away yet. I think they've got a lot of unfinished business. And
Yeah,
Derrick
and that
Henry signs of wear and tear. It's which blows my mind every year. It blew my mind 4 years ago that he's still not slowing down, and it's
well,
still the same.
I think last year we started to see signs of it, right? How many times did they lose games because he fumbled the ball? Um,
Yeah, but the fumbling,
and
like, I don't the fumbling issue, I don't really see as like a, um, wear and tear. I see that as like a mentally off that season. But it's not like
yeah, but
his
maybe
blown out or anything.
so here's a little fun fact that some people probably don't know, but Derrick Henry tried some new style of holding the ball last year, and he called it the Raven Claw, and it was some kind of like 3 point. It's it was some kind of like 3 point way of holding the ball to try and prevent getting the ball knocked out. And well, we've seen how that worked out.
I didn't realize it was a
So,
problem with him.
well, it wasn't a problem with him until the first year in Baltimore, and he had a couple fumbles that cost them games. And then, like, I guess that's when in that off season before last year, he was like, I guess that's where he had developed that Ravenclaw thing or whatever. I think John Harbaugh actually helped him like figure it out or whatever. Because I remember listening to that interview where he had got the message from Adam Sandler about if he hit 2,000 yards, Adam Sandler would put him in a movie or whatever. And he was talking about the Ravenclaw in that interview and how he had learned it and he was implementing it in this year. And I think that that might have been actually not helped and made it worse.
Yeah. So I think I forgot what I was gonna say. There was something about Derrick Henry.
But yeah, he
I don't
definitely is a beast because he puts $250,000 a year into his body. But my thing with the Baltimore Ravens is they got a new offensive coordinator this year with Jesse Minter coming in, and this offensive coordinator isn't he doesn't have a whole lot of experience in the NFL. I think last year he was with the Chicago Bears. Um, but other than that, he has like no experience in the NFL, no experience in like football as coaching in general. I think this is like his fourth year coaching between college and NFL. And last year he was with the Chicago Bears. I worry about that. This is a young guy going to be dealing with the likes of like veteran guys like Derrick Henry and Mark Andrews and Lamar Jackson. I feel like there's going to be struggles there, but I could be wrong. Fins can get Arch Manning next year. I think the next team we're going to do on the list is Buffalo Bills. Ugh, I heard that. Ugh, gosh, we
think
got to do the Buffalo Bills.
I got them winning the division. I think they'll take it back from the Patriots. I think that Mike Vrabel is gonna be a shell of himself in the locker room this year. And I think the Patriots have a tougher schedule. The Bills don't have the toughest schedule in the division anymore, I don't believe. I, I would assume that would be the Patriots based on how we finished last year. Um, I think the Bills are going to struggle a bit without McDermott, but I think like I said before, this division, it's really just them against the Patriots. So
Yeah,
I would say playoff team.
and Josh Allen is much like Joe Burrow, right? You have the Josh Allen effect in Buffalo because if we take Josh Allen off of that team, they're what a 5-win team at best, I would say.
Yeah.
Um, so he definitely adds some flavor to what they got going on there. But considering it is a new regime, I don't know if we could still consider them Super Bowl contenders because their defense has struggled. And we saw
Yeah.
Josh Allen. Josh Allen was the reason they weren't Super Bowl contenders last year. He like the way he was carrying that ball, he was kind of like a CJ Stroud almost. He lost the game for them against the Broncos. Um,
Oh, yeah, based on the fact that they've been there every year, but still haven't been to the Super Bowl, makes it like a permanent home for them as playoff team and no higher.
Yeah, yeah, I can get behind that. And that's a totally unbiased opinion, ladies and gentlemen. I know y'all see the border all dolphined out. It's a totally unbiased opinion. Just spitting facts to you.
Now, from a gambling perspective, I think Vegas has them as like a top 3 in odds for winning the Super Bowl. Um, but I mean I see that I don't think they would beat the Texans in the AFC
I don't
Championship.
either. I
And
don't think they'd beat the Broncos either.
exactly. So that's at least 5th in my opinion in line for the Super Bowl. But I think at least on the
They should make it into the playoffs. They should make it into the playoffs, no problem. Especially if they win the division. Winning the making it into the playoffs should be no problem. Now, the rest of the road, that's a different story. Because depending on who they end up playing against, like I could see them beating the Bengals.
yeah, I mean they might be the 3rd best AFC team. Um but I would say probably fourth best AFC team. I would still keep. I don't know. I'd say actually I'd probably keep them above the Bengals, but I don't think that they could make it to the Super Bowl, which is why I think the Burrow effect could bring the Bengals further than the Bills, even though the Bills are the better team.
All right. So the next one I got on this list is the Dallas Cowboys. I currently have them slotted in as a potential wild card, but that could easily go up. Honestly, they're intriguing. They're a very intriguing team, especially if George Pickens doesn't become a butthead and want to not play because of contracts full BS. But you're right. Their defense allows too many points. If their defense can hold opponents to 28 or less, the Dallas Cowboys can win a lot more games.
I don't think George Pickens has any contract worries. He's going to get a bag from someone next year, so I think he'll be cool doing his thing with CD. That's a
I mean, yeah,
powerful.
because they were a great duo. They were a great duo last year.
Yeah, yeah, it's a very powerful offense. Who's their? Do they still have the same backup running back? Who wasn't really a
Uh,
backup?
Javante Williams and I don't
No,
know
they
who their
sent
backup.
they shipped wasn't it Dowdle and then they shipped him over to Carolina, right?
Yeah,
Who
but
was?
that was before last year though.
Oh, that was before the season.
Because
Um,
they had Javante Williams and then someone else last year. I don't remember who.
well, Jaden Blue is right now. Um,
Number two.
yeah, I'm gonna look at their stats from last year and see who they're. Malik Davis. Maybe they didn't have backup that was getting the ball. Let's see. Rushing attempts. Yeah, besides Dak, it was Malik Davis had 52 attempts on the season across 10 games. Jaden Blue had 38 attempts across 5 games.
And then Williams had the rest.
Yeah, Javante Williams had 252 attempts in 16 games.
So yeah, so that's their number one back, and he didn't go nowhere.
Right. I don't know why I was thinking they had someone else that maybe it's because I was watching I had Javante in fantasy football and I was just throwing a tantrum anytime he didn't get the touchdown in the red zone. And it was like Dak or someone else.
Yeah, yeah, I feel you, bro. I feel you on that one. It sucks. It sucks when you pick the wrong running back in red zone situations.
Yeah. Well, Javante carried my team, so I couldn't complain, but I got very greedy. Was getting upset when he wasn't putting up like the 30-point weeks.
But in the defensive side of the ball, they haven't really made a whole lot of changes. They did go get Caleb Downs. I know he was the guy that you were looking at. A lot of people in the Dolphin community were looking at and pretty upset
It just
that
made too
we didn't
much.
grab it 12.
It made so. I mean, I guess maybe Hafley is shifting the position that he calls the defense through. Maybe it's something with this new defensive coordinator that we've brought in that it won't be because he did say in an interview during all those meetings in Phoenix when back when what's his name was cheating on his wife with Rossini, Hafley was getting interviewed there and saying I call the defense through the safety position, and that versatility is very important. And here you have Caleb Downs that can do it all, and he's been a signal caller basically his entire football career. It's like it just made too much sense. But now I'm going to be very jealous watching the Cowboys, watching Caleb Downs probably help turn that thing around. I'll be very critical this year if Ruben Bain and Caleb Downs have stellar years. Even if Proctor works out, these could have been very, very impactful defensive players or a
Oh,
defensive coach to go
100%.
against them.
Especially in a defense that you don't really have what you would say an impactful player.
Exactly. Now we're going to be watching this junk defense and being like, does Halfley actually know what he's doing on defense? Because he doesn't really have anyone to work with. I mean, unless he and the whole signal calling thing, I guess that's going to be through Brooks. I guess he's switching to calling the game through the linebacker and giving him Brooks the green dot.
Yeah, it
Or
sounds
maybe he's
like
got a bunch
it's
of trust in Trader.
it sounds like he wants Brooks, but Brooks because I remember him talking about it in an interview as well, and he was saying that Brooks doesn't necessarily like being that guy. Um, but it seems like Halfley wants him to be that guy and is pushing him to be that guy.
The thing that excites me, Kat, is that I've read that next year's safety class is actually pretty good. So maybe I get my answer or my question answered then next year's draft.
Maybe. So Dallas Cowboys, potential wild card or playoff team caliber or missing the playoffs. I don't think we can put them anywhere above
I
playoff
would
team, but
I
they're
would say
better than mediocre.
I would say potential wild card, just the same point as before. The NFC North and the NFC West are going to occupy several of those wild card spots. So even if the Cowboys have a good record, they could still be competing for the wild card. So I would say that's right where they belong, where you put them.
Word. Word. All righty. Let's go ahead and do the Chiefs next.
I'm high on the Chiefs. A lot of people are forgetting about them and thinking that they'll just ride quietly into the night with Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelsey and Andy Reid and some of those superstars on defense. And they're very talented receiver unit, in my opinion. Even though people keep saying they need receivers, I think they have plenty of talent there.
Oh yeah, they got a bunch of fringe wide receiver ones, but they're more wide receiver twos. But it's like you can
Right.
put them on other teams and they would be wide receiver ones. Like if Rasheed Rice came over here, he'd be a clear wide receiver one for us. Xavier Worthy, same thing. If he came over here, he'd be a clear wide receiver one for us.
And
Um,
it kind of muddies the waters when Mahomes can, create space like he does and extend plays. Really, it's more about having those receivers that have the quickness to get into like adjust their route to where Mahomes is running and get open for him. I think people are down on Mahomes, which I think is wild, and saying like he's regressing and this and that. I don't, he may be
well,
getting close to 30, but or
I
maybe
mean,
he is
people
30.
people often people often forget that Tom Brady had a 7 year gap in between his dynasties. You know what I mean?
Right,
You
right.
know, there was a period of time where people stopped thinking Tom Brady was so great.
Yeah. And yeah, I think Andy Reid too, with how he's getting towards the end of his coaching career, I'm assuming he's gonna want to get a few more Super Bowls or, chances at a Super Bowl. Um, I don't think he's degrading at all. So
The
I think the
question
Chiefs are uh,
is this year going to be the year that they can get back, right? It depends how they come out this year early. Like they got Denver Broncos to open their season. That's going to be a
division's a
tough
problem.
game.
The division's an
That's going to
absolute
be a tough
problem.
game. Um,
Yeah.
if they make
Well,
it into the playoffs, we've seen what the Kansas City Chiefs can do if they make it there. They become immediate Super Bowl contenders, right?
yeah. Right. Like if they even get in, it's also a team that no one wants to see.
Because they just find ways to win. And it's not that they're just over dominating. They don't have to have the best team on the field to to beat you. Like you could
Yeah.
be the better team and they can still find a way to win
Well, it's
because
kind of
the
like
guys on that
when the Bucks made the playoffs with Brady. It didn't matter like if they were coming in through the wild card or what, if they're coming in as 7 seed. Like you did not want to see Brady in the playoffs. I feel
right.
very similarly with Mahomes.
So do we think that they can itch one of those wild card spots because
I
if we
do.
think that they can itch and get in as a wild card, I can put them at Super Bowl contenders.
I think we might even see 3 teams from the AFC West, make the playoffs this year. I think we might see that both the Broncos win the division with the Chiefs and the Chargers both sitting at like 11, 12 wins, somewhere in there. It could be a three-way tie at like 12 wins apiece for those 3 teams. It could be very
All right,
competitive.
let's go ahead and stay in that division. Um, and the Chargers, then, with that being said, where would we place them? As just a potential wild card or
I
playoff
would say,
team for sure?
well, who would your wild card teams be in the AFC if you just had to pick? Right now, would it be the Chargers and the Chiefs? Would they be two of them? Would you have someone from the AFC North like the Steelers?
I think the Steelers would probably steal the spot the Chargers would want,
Yeah.
or the Chargers. I think the Steelers would steal that spot from the Chargers.
So I think it's worth putting them equal with the Steelers in that regard.
Potential
Where
wild card.
yeah,
Because there was change there. I mean, not a lot of change, mostly just change as far as the offensive coordinator goes. But with that offensive coordinator brings some high hopes for the Chargers. I think the biggest thing that they've been battling is health. Again, it's what a lot of teams have to deal with is the health. And if their O line and Justin Herbert was healthy last year playing against the Patriots, I think that they would have beat the Patriots.
yeah, they're definitely like an intriguing team, right? Because they've invested so much in that offensive line. Um, and then they've got Herbert, obviously, who's been working out for them as the regular season hero. Um, but the running back thing is they've kind of like rotated a lot every year at running back, and now their running back room. I love it. I think McDaniel's going to cook with those guys. They have um, um Hampton, who's going to be like their typical back almost every down. But then if they need a speed guy, they've got both Kamani Vidal and Keaton Mitchell. Who Keaton Mitchell is he was on the Ravens for a few years. He's a speed guy. You do not want to give him space because he gets extremely dangerous. And I think McDaniel will be able to cook pretty well with him in that offense. I've also heard that they have Gase as a coach on that offense, which could be points against them.
The Adam Gase
Adam Gase is employed by the Chargers, I believe.
doing what?
McDaniel's like their offensive coordinator, but Gase is like the passing game person or something like that, or
Okay,
um, it's like a legitimate role. He's probably like second in command to McDaniel on that offense. It was just fun to
interesting.
see like why is Gase getting hired? Like who? Like where did he even come from? A high school? I think that's what he was doing at one point after his thing with the Jets. I think he was coaching high school for a little bit.
All right, but we don't think even if the Chargers get into the playoffs, we don't think that they could make
No,
it through to the Super Bowl. They're just
until
a
I see
potential
Herbert.
wild card team.
Yeah, until I see Herbert start beating these playoff teams and winning important games. Because I mean, if you look at his stats, he's really made his career on beating the bad teams and not beating the good teams, and that's why they're always a wild card team at best. Um, and people keep telling me, "Oh, with the new coach, they'll be different," but they weren't different last year. Um, so that's why I say no further than grabbing that 7 seed and then getting smacked around by either the Texans or the Broncos.
Yeah, whoever you end up going against.
Yeah,
All
'cause
right, let's do the
we'll wait
Jacksonville
for this
Jag
week. Whoever gets that 7 seed will have to face either the Broncos or the Texans probably.
Texans. Yeah, and honestly, it might be the Texans because they have an easier route during the season based on their division. Their division is a lot easier than the Denver's
So
division.
I didn't see. Did you do the Jaguars yet?
We're gonna do the Jaguars now.
Oh, okay, yeah, because that's one so many people are high on, and I'm just not. I can't get behind the team.
I question what they did, right? Because they got rid of A Chain, Trevor A Chain, and they're going with Bashul Tutin, who didn't
I'm still
really, in
calling him
my
ETN. I can't change it. It's too far into his career for me to change how I say his name.
ETN,
Yeah,
Trevor ETN. Yeah, it's like, why are you trying to change it now? Why didn't you try and change it
he could have
before?
brought
It's
that up
just
like
trying to,
in his draft interviews or something. Like,
like,
yeah,
somewhere along the line, you know what I mean? We've been calling you ETN for the last 4 years.
yeah, he just had to
Oh
wait until
man.
Achan got good, and then he's like, "Wait, I'm Achan too." Yeah, I agree. I think they've made some questionable moves. I think the new GM, I think, was really just trying to stir the pot when he did that whole move for what's that guy's name that plays both sides of the ball? Travis
Travis
Hunter.
Hunter. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't really see that as like a smart move long term because he's
it
he's
wasn't.
either he's either gonna get injured or you're not gonna get the value out of him because um you're trying to prevent him getting injured, or he
Well,
won't be able to.
he already got injured last year, and they had came out earlier this off season and were saying that he was going to play more on the defensive side of the ball than he was on the offensive side of the ball because like they were pretty much they don't really need him on the offensive side of the ball if you think about it because you got Brian Thomas Jr., you got Christian Kirk, and Parker Washington. Plus that tight end that they got is working out for them, Colton Brenton Strange. Um, so I mean, they got some nice pieces offensively, and Trevor Lawrence he's a good enough quarterback. He's not a great quarterback, but he's a good enough quarterback to get you some wins. He's not the type of quarterback that's going to lose the game for you. It's
Are
just a
you, if
matter
you're
of
a Jazz fan, are you how do you feel about going through yet another year of Trevor Lawrence where he's pretty good but never like fantastic?
right. He's just good enough. He's not great or over the top. He's
Kind of
just
reminds
good
me
enough.
of it's like our Tannehill years where we are like, like he's showing progress. He's like we don't want to dump him, but we can definitely do better. I have to imagine that's how Jags fans feel right now. Also got to be frustrating to see them. They've been kind of working up from the dumpster where they were a few years ago, and they had that one random season with Blake Bortles, but otherwise they were kind of trash. And then they finally start to work themselves up a little bit, and then lo and behold, the Colts seem to find an identity and are making it work with fucking Daniel Jones, and then you got the Texans having a historic defense. It's rough timing for the Jaguars.
Yeah, for sure. Do they slide into a wild card though? Is the question.
Um,
Because I think they're mediocre. I think they're better than mediocre,
I don't
just
think
based
so.
on the weapons.
I don't think there's room for them because if we're talking either the Bills or the Patriots, we're talking the AFC West, which could have 1 to 2 wild cards from there, and then you're thinking the AFC North might have the Steelers. There might not be room for a wild card team from the AFC South unless everyone's just beaten up on the Titans. And maybe the Colts suffer an injury again, and I guess he didn't do the Colts yet, but maybe they're
No,
kind of
we
end up
haven't.
being.
We have not done the Colts yet. Nope. I've been zooming it around. When I did their schedule prediction, I did the Jaguars getting 9 wins, I believe, which I don't think is going to be good enough for a playoff or a wild card.
I'd say the Jaguars are probably like the best team in the group that you just placed them in. I don't know. The Packers might be in there too.
Yeah, I think the Packers are just they're in a similar situation to the Jags. They're just in a tough spot. They don't have the right pieces in place in order to get over the other two teams in their division.
And I mean,
Um,
we don't even know if they're keeping Brian Thomas Jr. Right? So like,
Well, from what I heard is they're working things out with Brian Thomas Jr. and like basically they were so last year the problems were like they asked him to do stuff that he wasn't used to and he didn't want to do it. Like basically doing over the crosser routes or whatever. I read an article about it. Um, but they worked on it in the off season and supposedly like figured out their differences and are moving forward. So BTJ should be staying in Jacksonville,
So there's
but
all 22 of their projected starters were on the team last year. So that's pretty interesting. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's interesting. They don't any of the new guys, whether it's draft or free agency or trade, they're all not listed as a starter. Who did they didn't have a
I
first
mean,
round, right? That was for the Browns.
correct, correct. So that would make sense why their starters didn't necessarily change because they're
Yeah,
not
I
drafting
remember
anybody.
they had that goofy pick for their first pick of the draft in the second round. Nate Borkacher, the random tight end from Texas A&M that nobody thought would go anywhere close to that high. So yeah, I don't know. I think some people might be mad at seeing them in that category, like near the Falcons and the Vikings and
I
the
know.
Commanders. But
I think it's only fair, right? You know, because like they're in a tough. They got to do better than the Colts. I think it comes down. We can do the Colts now because I think it comes down to which team does better, right? Which of these two teams here can be better than the other one and finish their season with that extra win. So we got
pretty
one,
good right now. I mean,
two,
we're position
three.
without like a three-way competition.
Let's see right now. We got one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. We already have technically seven, oh, eight AFC teams, potential wild cards and above.
Yeah,
Got Ravens and Steelers. Oh, and the Browns are in there too.
yeah. Well, that's. I mean, that was how I felt. I think you probably consider them a little bit lower, maybe a
Yeah,
lot
I had
lower.
mediocre at best, in my opinion. Like I said, until Deshaun Watson can prove it for me, like got
I'll
to
tell you
clean
what,
up some of
though,
that.
he comes out and he plays like Deshaun Watson. That team's going to be an absolute problem. Like if
100%.
he plays like the Deshaun Watson that everyone keeps quoting to me on when I talk about how we'll move on from Willis if we have only a few wins, and everyone's like, "Well, what about Deshaun Watson and the Texans?" And it's like, well, that's a very, very, very rare thing to happen where you're that good and your team just flops. And but if he can get back to where he was that good, then I could see the Browns doing some damage and even winning a playoff game. That defense is going to be not as good as the Texans, but I'd say it's a top defense.
Oh, it's definitely up there. But we're definitely going to have to see how it affects with not having Miles Garrett too, because you got to think like offenses were probably trying to prepare for Miles Garrett. Now you don't have to prepare for that guy. I mean, you still got Jared Verse, but it's just a different element on how
Right,
offenses
right.
have to
It's
prepare
kind
because
of
it's
like
now you got to put two blockers over there where Miles Garrett is, and it's like now if you have that extra man that you can put elsewhere, like their defense may not be as great, like it may get chopped up somewhere else now.
yeah, it's like when Aaron Donald was playing for the Rams and teams had to figure their offense out based on how to stop Aaron Donald, not and that's what they figured out first, and then they figure out how they're gonna get yardage.
Yeah, move the ball down the field, you know.
Yeah,
So
yeah. We don't have anyone
that
like that.
that definitely plays a factor into their positioning. Um, but like I said, it
We
could be no change at all. But I think the Indianapolis Colts, in my opinion, I think they're going to have a similar season to what they had last year. I think they're going to have flashes to where they look like really great team, but then there's going to be moments where they just like lose games, or whether it's due to injury or just like
What
teams are
what do they
better.
have at, wide receiver besides Pierce?
Well, they got Pierce. They got rid of
Yeah,
Pittman. They got rid of
yeah,
Pittman and they kept Pierce, and now Pierce is dealing with an injury. Then they got rid of Donnie Mitchell last year.
right.
So like the wide receiver room really is a bunch of like it looks like our wide receiver room. You got
Look
a
it
bunch
up.
of number three receivers, like no big names, like nobody's gonna stand out to you. You can be like, oh, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Like there
they
might
yeah,
be.
they got, Nick, Westbrook Akine.
Oh, we know how that went, right? As Dolphin
Yeah,
fans, we know how that went. He might catch three passes over the next 2 years.
yeah, and Josh Downs.
Yeah, so it's like they don't have like you have Tyler Warren and Jonathan Taylor. You
And
know
they
what I
traded
mean? Like
pick for, Sauce Gardner, right? So,
yeah,
they
and he got injured.
yeah, and then they picked 3 times in a row, I think, on defense before they even addressed offense, and they went line only. They got Dion Burks in the 7th round. But yeah, their receiver room looks absolutely fucking terrible. I mean, Alec
Yeah,
Pierce is good, but he's not even like that's not anyone I'm worried about
and
if
and
I'm on.
and now that we're talking about it, I can't believe we like when we're in Pete's channel over there talking about teams that have worse wide receiver rooms than ours. I can't believe we haven't brought up the Colts yet. Like
Yeah,
they
well,
might have the worst,
there's a few teams that it looks pretty fucking rough.
even with Alec Pierce, bro. Like it's still like that. Alec Pierce isn't a number one, bro.
There's a lot of Alec Pierce defenders out there because I've spent a lot of time calling him out on not being anything special, and I always get pushback from the chat where they're saying like Pierce has this stat or that stat. He gets better separation. He gets yards per catch or whatever it may be. He's found himself with the right statistics, but from an eye test, like I don't see anything that like stands out really about him to where it's not like when you're going up against Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, and before he destroyed his leg, like those kinds of
Yeah.
guys. DeAndre Hopkins in his prime. It's like it's nowhere near any of these superstar wide receivers. He's just pretty good.
Yeah, like a Keenan Allen.
Not I would say I would still in his prime I would say Keenan Allen was still more of a like a true one and a problem than Pierce.
So when I get
Real
back out to my computer, I'm gonna move them down to mediocre at best. I'm just in here grabbing the chicken wings to throw on the grill.
Yeah, if Daniel Jones isn't like an absolute standout like he was, all they really have is Jonathan Taylor, and you can only call that so many times in a season before you either break him down or teams can start stopping you.
Yeah, 100%.
And Tyler Warren's great. I think he's going to be a standout tight end in this league, but I don't know if that's enough to replace a wide receiver room. But you definitely do have to consider Tyler Warren when you're talking about their passing game.
Yeah, but I mean, when he's the only one you have to consider, it kind of eliminates a whole lot of things because it's like you just put like a safety in a corner on one side of the field, and then like the other side of the field is just kind of playing man coverage or zone.
Yeah, he was the guy that I kind of wanted the Dolphins to get him. Um, if we weren't going to go, what was that? 2 drafts ago. Who did we pick?
No, that was last draft, not this one, but the one before it. Yeah.
Right. Who did we pick again in the first round?
Um,
Chop.
Kenneth Grant,
Oh, that's
or
right.
he
Yeah.
was the second one.
Uh,
No, it was. It was Kenneth Grant.
Kenneth Grant. Yeah. So it was before we picked Kenneth Grant. I think Warren was either like right there, got picked right before us, or I forget what it was.
No, he was available. I remember he was available when we went and picked. And no, we didn't get him.
Yeah, because I remember fighting with people about Julian Hill and I can't remember if Durham Smythe was still there. Um, but our tight end room looked atrocious. I think this was before Waller too. I think Waller was like I think he was after the draft. I can't remember anymore, but I remember not being sold on our tight end room and thinking that, wow, Warren's right there. That would be a great pick, even though it would be slightly irresponsible because we had so much more to
Fix
so many more.
and
Yeah, so
address.
many other things to fix. Yeah, a tight end in the first round feels like you're spending irresponsibly, like you're
Yeah,
eating.
but he could have changed the outcome. A guy like him could have changed the outcome because honestly, I that early on success that the Indianapolis Colts had last year, I attribute most of that to Tyler Warren and the
Right.
fact that they weren't like teams didn't account for him and they had to figure it out, and that's why like they started to slow down even before Daniel Jones got injured. They were still slowing down.
Well, I'm kind of happy we don't have any weapons this year because we won't be able to mask any issues with Malik Willis. If he's got issues, we're gonna see him.
We're definitely going to see him. All right. So for the next team, I got the Tennessee Titans. I got them right now sitting in the young and intriguing category, but I could easily see them fighting for another number one pick this year. Um,
That's crazy. If you're a Titans fan and you see the team flop yet again in Cam Ward's second year, are you starting to doubt him?
I don't, not necessarily, right? Because it's like you got to think. I mean, if he goes out and has another bad performing year this year, especially now that they went out and got the weapon in Carnell Tate. Um, but like the other receivers that they have on the team, you got Calvin Ridley, Sterling Shepard, and there's
It's
another
much
guy.
better this year than last year.
The
But
receiving game could be better.
yeah, but last year he didn't have anyone. But if he could go out there with this receiving room and still not have a stellar year, if I'm the Titans, I'm looking at this draft class like, hey, maybe we just roll the dice again.
Yep. So I could easily see them like, and I don't see them doing great. Like their running game isn't great. They got what, Tony Pollard and Tajay Spears. Those are backup running backs. Always have been.
That's
Um,
that's another way lately when I've been making fun of their running back room. There's always these people that immediately defend it, but I'm not scared of that running back room at all.
No, I mean, why do you think that? I think that was one of the backups we were trying to figure out when we were talking about the Cowboys earlier. Was Tony Pollard? That's probably who you were thinking about.
Yeah, but it was from 2 years prior. I think Pollard's
But
already been with us for 1 year.
and then their defense isn't anything spectacular either. So I mean, I see them. I could easily see them fighting for the number one pick,
Yeah, I mean, looking
sitting
at the
right there
schedule,
around that 3 to 4
what
win range.
I mean, what team would they beat in the NFL if you placed them head to head? The Saints?
The Saints possibly, and I think the Saints have taken a step forward by getting A Chain or ETN. Um, because their passing game is good. You know, it's just a matter of like, can Shuck get the ball to his receivers? You got Chris Olave out there. You got Juwan Jennings and or Juwan Johnson, and you got Taysom Hill, who's a gadget guy. He's a little bit older, but he's still a pretty good gadget guy. So like they have the weapons. I don't see them beating the Saints. I don't see them beating the Panthers. I don't see them beating the Jags. I don't see them beating much of anybody. Like maybe the Cardinals.
Yeah, I mean, they've got no faith from me.
All right.
Yeah, Cardinal. I mean, it's really just the Cardinals and the Jets. Those are the only two teams. I don't know who else we still haven't gotten to yet, but
I think we would beat them, to be honest.
yeah, I
But
would
it would
too.
be close.
I
It
would, I
wouldn't be like an ass whooping from either side. You know what I mean?
yeah. If we had them on our schedule, I would say that's one of our 4.5 wins is the Titans. I
All
wonder what
right.
they're predicting.
We got the Carolina Panthers next.
Another team people are higher on than me. See, I'm gonna pull up their depth chart. I might be kind of biased because I don't want Jalen Phillips to do well there.
Watch
But
him
I
stay
really
healthy all. Watch him stay healthy all season.
right. I think that the Panthers they take our scraps and they overpay them. Not scraps, but are like kind of okay guys, and they overpay them. That receiver room, Jalen Coker, like Xavier Leggett, and Ted McMillan.
It's not bad, right? It's not a bad room. No
It's
clear
not bad.
cut number one, but like they're all number twos. You could definitely plug them in as number twos on other teams. Bryce Young has shown some positive, but like it's still question marks of whether he can properly utilize these guys. I think Bryce Young really is what's holding this team back. Um,
Yeah, I
that
don't. I think their tight ends are dusty. Um,
yeah,
yeah, Chuba Hubbard and Jonathan Brooks. Getting rid of what's his name? I think will
Dowdle,
bite them. Yeah,
Rico
I think
Dowdle.
getting rid of
Yeah.
Dowdle is gonna hurt them. And
Well,
if Bryce Young
basically, if
goes
they
down,
don't win their division, they don't make the playoffs. It's
for sure.
in that division, it's going to be like they either win the division or they miss the playoffs because we've already talked about how the rest of the wild card spots are going to be 11 win teams at minimum.
Yeah, I think the. Oh, let me go back to the. Where is it? There it is. Where do you have the Falcons? You have there.
I have them
Yeah,
at missing playoffs. I'm about to bring it back up for you right now.
yeah, I see it now. Um, yeah, I would say. I mean, maybe potential. I don't know. For the NFC, potential wild card is weird because you got so many of those teams that I think are sure cut wild card or playoff teams.
Yeah, right. I mean, I think Dallas might be the only one, or we can fringe. That's where the fringe comes with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, right? Because it's like it
Right.
really comes down to who wins that division. The winner of that division gets into the playoffs. Everyone else in that division is going to be sitting at home watching
Yeah.
because none of them are going to have over 10 wins. None of them.
Yeah. I think it's
I
pretty
mean,
accurate. You have them.
all right, we only got three teams left. The two Super Bowl players last year, the Seahawks and the Patriots, and then of course our team.
Um, do you think with losing Kubiak and other offseason changes like losing Walker, do you think that's
Yes,
enough to remove them out of Super Bowl contention or
yes.
favoritism? So you think the Seahawks just a
I,
playoff team?
and not even. I think they're a potential wild card team because let's say they win 10 games. You have the 49ers and the Rams in that division probably hold down. One of them's going to hold down the playoff spot from the division. The other one's going to hold a wild card spot because they're going to have more than 11 wins. And then if you look over with um, the Eagles and the Cowboys, you could have two from there. And then you got Chicago and Detroit. If both of them end up making it, then you got one more spot. Who would
Yeah,
that go to?
I agree with you. I agree with you. That's
That would
potential
that
wild
would
card.
go to that would go to Seattle.
Wow. I'm looking at
I
it
know,
with the
right?
I'm looking at the Patriots too, and I'm kind of feeling similarly.
Potential
Um,
wild card, right? Because I don't think they're going to win the division. And I've said this before, and I know there's probably people out there that think I'm crazy, but I'm not the only one that feels this way. But I honestly think the AFC East this year gets won with 10 wins. I think the winner of the AFC East is a 10-7 team.
right,
And it could,
you might see the Bills with 10, the Patriots with 9, the Jets with 6, and the Dolphins with 5 or something like that.
right, somewhere along those lines, or even a split where both Patriots and Bills have 10 wins, and it comes down to their divisional wins on who wins the division. You
They
know what I
play
mean?
in the final game Or who do we
No,
have?
it's going to come down to the Dolphins. The Dolphins are going to determine the division winner.
Yeah.
We play the Bills and then the Patriots to finish the season. I'm pretty
Right.
sure.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if I have to imagine we're just giving up the W to them at that point. But gosh, could you imagine if we did that? Like, it would be bittersweet if we won that last game and kind of ruined our draft position, but we decided someone's future for them in the division. So either Bills fans or Patriots fans are going to hate us.
Right. And that could easily be what it comes down to, bro. That could easily be how the AFC East gets decided. It could get decided by the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah. And then I think I don't know. For me on this last one with the Dolphins, I know exactly where I would put them, but um,
Number one pick contention.
I would put them there. I would say number three. Pick contention. Because I think that's how bad the Jets and the Cardinals are going to be. Is that like it's not even going to be a contest for us because what's his name Halfley's going to go in there and he's going to get his wins in the first half of the season and kind of he'll get one or two here and there and kind of ruin our odds at number one. But I think we'll be picking top five. The team is young, so young and intriguing could match. Our head coach is new, which is intriguing.
And
Um,
that's kind of where I slotted them in at. Because
yeah,
like I've said before, I think we are going to surprise some teams and we are going to get more wins than it requires. Like if we get 5 wins, we're not picking at number one. Like
right,
because we
right.
already know one of those wins is going to come against the Jets, possibly even two, especially if they're going out there and actively tanking. They're going to make sure that they lose to us both times because they already know like these are the guys that, and we're not actively tanking, so we're going to win those games. You know what I mean? Like you, Halfley's already said it. The guys have already said it. I don't think actively tanking is on the books, but if it happens, it happened. You know what I'm saying? They're not
Well, I think the tank was already completed by the GM, right? So Halfley has to go into this season with such a bad roster to work with that you know, best case scenario might be, 4 wins. But he doesn't have anything to work with to where he could even tank if it's just naturally losing because we don't have a good team. We
right. And
already tanked by cutting
it's not
everyone.
like we have a whole bunch of first round picks to where like the Jets do. So
That's good. Yeah,
it's way more intriguing for them to tank than us to tank, although it's intriguing for us
yeah.
too. But again,
Well,
we're not going into the season tanking, right? Because we look at the quarterback situation. We have to look at the quarterback situation, and that's still a question mark. You don't know if you need to tank yet, right? You don't
if we
know
were
if you need
tanking,
a quarterback.
yeah, we would never bring in Malik if we were tanking because we would have
Right.
just given in another shot and
Yep.
assume that not going to be good.
Yep.
But because
That right
we
there
would
is the key.
yeah, that's the indicator for me. But maybe they thought, hey, we're going to be ass, but we could still see if Malik's a guy. There's always that route too. And then we can use our good draft pick to get a guy like Jeremiah Smith.
Right. Get
Um,
weapons, and we don't like best case scenario for Dolphin fans is Malik Willis works out, ladies and gentlemen. Because if that happens, that puts us ahead of the curve. That puts us ahead of our process. You know, because just like Joe
correct.
said, we can go out there and now we can get weapons.
Correct.
We don't have to
Yeah.
find and develop the quarterback if he turns out to be the guy.
Yeah, we can go get a top edge rusher now and not have to worry about QB. We already got the offensive line guy this year, so we won't have to worry about drafting a tackle because if what's his name's gone, then we just slide Proctor into the tackle, and we've got our bookends in Paul and Proctor. And we don't. I still think cornerback's going to be an issue. I don't have that much faith in Chris Johnson, but
I
maybe
don't
by the
either,
second.
bro. I gotta wait and see it. He's my biggest question mark, and we've talked about this before. Me and you have. I haven't really talked about it much with
The
others, but
film shows a lot of concerns for me. Even his highlights, it shows
yeah.
concerns.
What remember what we were talking about? His catch up speed in the college ranks, he was relying on
Right.
his catch up speed to be able to make the tackles, but you're not going to get
He's
a
key.
lot of them opportunities in the NFL, bro. Your quarterback's going to be hitting your receiver in stride. It's not going to be a matter of him having to stop or slow down to catch that pass.
Right. Right. Those QBs were throwing meatballs, and there's really only like one or two QBs that throw like that in the league right now, and like Tua is one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, you get your
So it,
catch up speed with Tua for sure.
and not to mention the receivers he's going up against are going to be absolutely burning him. So that's what is a big concern with me. Like his recovery is incredible, and his vision is great as well, but he does get cooked off the line, and that's
And
why I
that could
think like when we
that
play the Bengals, Burrow's
oh
throwing
yeah.
500.
He's going to get tested for sure. You got both them
Yeah.
guys, T. Higgins and fucking Jamar Chase. Same in week 4
Yeah.
too, bro. And like that's what's good about our schedule too, because we're gonna get tested early. We're gonna know early. Like a lot of these skill positions of these guys that we're like really relying on or thinking that's gonna come out and make plays, like they're gonna get tested early, super early in
Yeah.
the season.
Like we might come to find that Jacob Rodriguez punch out doesn't actually work in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, there's always
That
that
might
possibility.
that might be a harsh reality we have to face. Or we might see Caleb Douglas does actually drop balls, or we might see that what's his name, the other receiver, isn't actually healthy. There's like a lot of things that could be a very harsh reality for us here. Um, but I hope it's not. I hope we actually do like turn things around in one preseason and have a competitive roster. Wouldn't that be great if we had to skip the whole hypothetical, who do we get next, who do we draft, and it's win now.
Oh, I mean, that would be beautiful, but that's a scenario where like literally everything falls into place for the Miami Dolphins. You know what I mean? Like we got to make
Yeah.
like we don't make any mistakes, like no kind of false start penalties, no kind of dumb defensive
Well,
inter-
you could talk about injuries
interference
too.
calls,
We're
injuries.
not injury proof in the slightest bit. Our depth is pretty miserable in most position groups.
And then like some of these teams too, we're going to need them to be sleeping on us when they come play us, right? Come unprepared because even if everything works in our favor, some of these teams like still, man, like Chicago Bears, bro, they scare me. They're probably the one that scares me the most in our schedule, man. I ain't even going to lie.
Well, if
Like,
I mean, if these teams are keyed in on HN properly, that still is going to be our identity. And if they're stopping HN, they're stopping the Dolphins. There's not going to be much more we could do if they've shut down HN. It's going to take a while to get to that point where we've got other options.
yeah.
And that's my concern too. When people always talk about how like you need like the teams that win have dominant rushing attacks. It's like yeah, but you also like if the other team is ahead of you, you can't just cook the clock the whole game. You got to play. If you're playing from behind, at some point you get into a pass only scenario, and if you're not good in a pass only scenario where HN's not even a threat on the ground, and you've lost that that play action ability. It could be
And that's
hard.
where and that's where these receivers that we got, they just got to step up and they got to make plays when they're called upon. That's literally all it comes down to, man. They got to make the plays when they're called upon so that they make these defenses respect the threat of a pass. And the one advantage that we have is the same thing you said earlier. You know what I mean? It's like we don't have a clear number one, but it's like we don't have a bunch of scrubs either. You know what I mean? Like they're kind of just in between. So if they can just like catch a pass here and there when they're called upon, it could alleviate some of that pressure off of Devon A Chain and the run game.
What do you think we actually got with the Louisville receiver?
Chris Bell, I mean, the
Yeah,
tape was nice, but
I've
it's
heard all sorts of mixed reviews on him. I mean, some people are saying, oh, like without the injury, he's a first round pick, but to me, that doesn't explain why he fell as far as he did. because guys that had injury issues were still drafted in the first round, like Tyson. Um, if anything, he would have fallen to the second round, not as all the way down to where we picked him.
Right.
Um, but and then I've heard some people say he's not good at all, and he's just because he's got a big body or whatever. That's why teams have looked at him. But I don't know. I haven't watched enough tape on him to know. But is this a guy that like when he gets healthy, we're just assuming he's just gonna by default have that number one role in the receiving room?
That's how it appears, right? That's how they're all talking about it. Like
Yeah,
that's from what I've gathered, hearing um, from the conversations through the community, through threads that I've read, through like the very little bit of time I listened to the Dolphins Collective, um, and then Peach Channel. Like, yeah, that's what everybody's thinking. But I haven't really looked at the tape on him. Like, I looked at a little bit of tape when I was putting it together for the stream, but I never actually got to go through it and like file through it because I was getting tagged. Remember when I was getting flagged and they
yeah.
cut me off?
Do you think we'll know
So
anything about his health this preseason, or is this going to be like mid-season they bring him in?
I think we'll start to see. I think we'll start to get some kind of idea during training camp. I think it'll be before preseason that we'll get an idea of we'll get a closer idea of the time frame.
Yeah, because that might be one of the things that I watch because I'm assuming we're gonna get our big name wide receiver next year, whether it's through the draft or free agency. So we kind of have started to build the team a little bit more, and we're out of the financial hole.
Right.
Maybe it's Jeremiah Smith through the draft, maybe it's someone else, but I think we'll invest a little bit more at that receiver room. But we're still going to need a second guy that we know is legit um, in that receiving room. And I'm wondering if one of these current guys could step up and be that. Um, I mean, that to me, it's like between Caleb Douglas and Bell. I don't think the other guys are ever really going to get up to the potential to kind of prove that out. Um,
Yeah, because if Malik Washington was going to be that guy, he would have already been that guy.
I agree with that. I agree with that. He'll be interesting to watch this year because it's definitely like make it or break it for him. If he doesn't make anything happen this preseason, then that's his career is basically done. Um, but if he
Yeah, as
does,
far as any kind of starting one or two potential, yeah, this is his last chance, and that's one of the great things about this team, bro.
yeah, that
Everybody's
there
got a
a lot
point
of
to
guys
prove.
are have a lot to prove. I mean, Malik probably is the headliner of that. I mean, this is his what
100%.
his third team, um, and it's a team that's coming out of a massive QB issue. Where the team's going to be very impatient and I think they're going to make their decision within 1 year. I'm praying that he doesn't have like an okay year and then gets injured and we kind of say let's wait and see until next year. I hope that
Yeah,
doesn't happen. That's
yeah,
my
I was
biggest
talking.
fear.
Yeah, I was talking about that the other day. That is like one of my biggest fears. Is like he's having an okay year, like he's definitely showing that he's the guy. He's the reason we're winning games, and then all of a sudden he gets injured in week 7, and it's like boom, we're
Right, we
cooked.
saw some, but not enough to know if we should commit or not.
Yeah,
And that's what happened with Tua in kind of a longer stretch, where we saw a little bit of light there. But there were so many other things that happened that we were like, well, we don't know, And then they played that not knowing game until they were like, well, if we keep playing this not knowing game any longer, we're gonna have to pay him an extreme amount if we do want to keep him. And
yeah,
then they pressed themselves into signing him to that second contract. But I mean, for this year, I think this has to be a 1 year tryout. Injury is worst case scenario because then we'll never know.
yeah. Although it could be a worst case scenario that turns into a good type of scenario, right? Because now if he gets injured, in comes Quinn Ewers.
Right. I mean, I didn't personally see enough from him to like intrigue me enough to really like think we're leaving something behind with him. Um, I'm definitely like interested in keeping him on the Dolphins as a backup to the next guy that we draft. I'm definitely interested in keeping him around, but to me, he was was kind of okay. Um, I definitely saw more from Malik Willis on the Packers last year that I'm happy about than with Quinn on our team last year. Um, but I wouldn't want to get into a scenario where we start to see a few good games from Quinn, and then we're like, oh well, why don't we try Quinn? I want it to be like a clear cut decision at the end of the season on what we're doing.
Yeah, that's what it needs to be. Like we need to know what we're doing, especially if
Yeah,
we're in that top three pick range where we could get one of those guys, whether it
it,
be a
right.
quarterback or that wide receiver. You know what I mean? Like,
Not matter that we're not first overall. We can still get the guy, right? Like the draft where we got Tua. That still produced Burrow, Herbert, and Love. All three QBs that a lot of teams would like to have. Maybe not so much on Love, but he's still been pretty impressive.
yeah, I mean, like he hasn't been the worst, but he's kind of like Trevor Lawrence. I don't think he's going to be. I don't think he's going to be one of the lead him to a Super Bowl victory. Like
Right.
he's gonna be the first one that they picked up and drafted that didn't lead him to at least one Super Bowl win.
I mean, we could be picking as late as like 7 and still get our guy. Maybe even 8.
You think so? Like, how
Yeah.
many guys are out there?
Well,
If we're
there's
talking quarterback,
that's a great question to ask too, right? Because there's the guy everyone talks about with Arch Manning. But there's
right?
also Dante Moore, who could have come out this year, but he's going back to Oregon for another year. Um, he was
And
pretty
one
good.
more year never hurts.
Well, it hurt. What's his name? From Penn State, Drew Allar, because Drew Allar probably would have been an early round pick had he come out, but he went back to Penn State and had an awful season. And
Yeah.
and then it tanked his draft stock. Um, but yeah, I think there's Dante Moore from Oregon. In my opinion, I think Darian Mensa, who has just transferred to Miami for a lot of money. I think he's going to be a top option. He's got the size, he's got the traits. He's played well at 3 different programs. Well, about to be playing well at his third program. He played at Tulane and played at Duke. So if he has a great season, if Miami's back in the college football playoffs, I'm definitely going to be interested in Darian Mensa. There's Mestamaker. There's um, John Mateer, who he's on the shorter side, but he's a gamer. There's CJ Carr from Notre Dame, who's like the prototype. Um, I don't.
Relation to the others?
What's that?
Relation to the others or no?
No, you're talking about Derek and David. I don't believe so. You never know. I could be wrong, but I don't know. Notre Dame QBs have never really done it for me, you know. Um, but CJ Carr is definitely listed as one of those top prospects. Um, and then there's Chambliss, the guy that they thought might come out this year, but he went back to school. There's a lot. There's probably going to be like 4 first round QBs or first round graded, and probably like 3 or 4 second round graded QBs. So there's a lot of them there. But even if we're like 6, 7, 8, maybe even 9 picking, we could trade up to 3 or 4 or 5. If we
So Are we
truly do need our guy,
are,
right? It'll
are
cost
we
a little
going
bit.
are we going to need to trade up though is the question, because it's like you got to think of some of those teams that might be picking ahead of us, whether they're going to need a quarterback or not, right? So you got Arizona and the Jets. Those guys clearly need quarterbacks.
Yeah. Depends if the Titans are that low again, I would say they'll probably want to consider rolling the dice, or they would be a team that's open to trading back because they want to keep rolling with Ward.
Right,
Um,
and then just grab some future capital to get a couple more pieces to try and help him out. Depends on how he plays this year, right? It really depends on his season. Then we got the Saints. It's another one. If they land in front of us, are they going for a quarterback? I mean, they went for what? They picked up
I
three quarterbacks last year.
well, they drafted Shuck, right? And then they also had Rattler the year before. I think they had invested in Rattler like a year or two before. Um, and I don't know who their backups are right now for QB. But I was never high on Shuck. I think he got his draft hype in like the last month before the draft, and everyone seems to be so much higher on him than I am. I just don't see it.
Well, I don't see it either because it was such a small sample size that we got from him last year. So he came in. So they tried out three different quarterbacks last year. They started with Rattler, and then they had another guy come in before Shuck. And Shuck kind of got the last 6 games of the season where it was kind of just garbage time, anyways. So he was just like slinging the rock up there. Alvin Kamara was like completely non-existent all season long, so they couldn't rely on a running game. So it's literally just passing, anyways. So he was forced to be in a lot of passing situations, and he looked decent, but it was just a small sample size and garbage time, in my opinion. So
Yeah,
they
yeah,
could be going for quarterback. Okay, so that's three teams so far ahead of us, four possibly with the Titans as well. Um, Raiders just picked up Mendoza, so if they finish out their season ahead of us, I don't think they're going to be going for a quarterback. They're probably looking at that wide receiver everybody's talking about, right?
yeah,
Because
yeah.
they
No,
don't need anybody on
they
defense.
if the Raiders are trash this year, I think it's a lock for them to take Jeremiah Smith if they can.
I
Assuming
mean, that's
Jeremiah
the
Smith
only answer. Yeah.
has a good season. This is he could be ass this year, and we all stop talking about him halfway through the season. Wouldn't that be something if Jeremiah Smith just kind of fell off and people didn't really know
Right.
what to say? Like, because that's what everyone's saying of who we should take if we're not taking a QB there. I have not yet heard any other name of or even position of what we should draft if we're keeping Malik around after next year. I haven't heard one person talk about that. I think it should be the safety if it's like anything higher, if it's anything past, pick 10, if we do any better than that, I really think we need to invest in safety. Um, and just defensive back in general. There's a good one coming out this year too. There's a good corner from Notre Dame. It's one of the highest rated corners we've seen for a while.
Okay. And then, so I'm looking at some of the other teams, and I think the only other teams that I think could have a worse record than us and be picking possibly before us, would for me would be the Browns, the Giants, and the Vikings.
The Browns, did they traded their pick, right? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Never mind. They
No,
didn't. I'm thinking of
they're another team that has a bunch of first round picks.
yeah. So okay, I just pulled up like a one of those like mock draft simulator things, and it has a predicted thing of us picking first. The Cardinals picking second, Jets picking third, Browns picking fourth. So all three of those teams, I think if they're looking at QB because obviously it didn't work for the Browns with whatever they were running if they're picking right there.
Deshaun Watson.
Uh, yeah, the
But
Titans. If
what if they bring in Shador at the end and he like starts lighting it up, but it was just too late? I don't know.
I
I
don't
don't
know,
think so.
yeah, yeah, he would. He's unfortunately the odds are against all those guys right now. They have to have a stellar performance, or if this team is sniffing around at top five picks, there's too many QBs on the board to want to just test out Shadura again. Um, you got Tennessee at five. If they're picking at five, that means Cam Ward was probably Dookie, but you never know. But so I'd call them like a coin toss. Because if he's bad at 2 years in a row, they probably don't want to try a third year.
Continue. Yeah,
Yeah,
because it's also a new coach this year too, Robert Sala. So depending on how things go, like it could be completely new everything for the Titans next year.
yeah. It's got the Raiders at 6, which I think they're giving Mendoza at least a year. Um,
Yeah.
and he's such a big investment, but they might even give him a few years. But I think he's going to be good the moment he gets in. Then they got Atlanta at 7, so Atlanta's definitely
Oh, they
one.
got Atlanta down there, huh?
Yeah,
That
so
must
if
be the Tua effect. How
yeah,
many wins?
it
I
doesn't
wonder
say.
how many wins.
It doesn't say, but it has, interestingly enough, the next two picks it has are the Saints and the Panthers, which are both the same division. So they're saying that entire division might be absolute cheeks.
Right, and Tampa Bay Buccaneers are rolling into the playoffs with 7 wins.
It has them picking 19th.
The Bucks.
Yeah, yeah, but for the pick, does it go by position or is it just still by record?
Um, I'm pretty sure it's by position because when you win the Super Bowl, you're the very last pick the next year, and it goes backwards from there. So like Seattle had the very last pick, and the Patriots were right before them.
Okay, so yeah, it's got in the NFC, it's got the Seahawks, the Niners, the Eagles, that's 3, the Lions, that's 4, the Cowboys, that's 5. So the Tampa is the sixth best team in the NFC, according to the draft position. So that's the sixth wild card, picking at 19. Oh, right.
Interesting, because based on their
Yeah,
record, it probably should be picking earlier than that.
yeah. It can't be right because the eighth AFC team going from the back to the front would be Houston, which would eighth would be not in the playoffs, but they have Houston picking after the Bucks. But even if the Bucks had a worse record, but if they were in the playoffs, wouldn't they be picking after Houston? You know what I'm saying? Like if
They
Houston
went
didn't make
if they went
like
further, if they went further than Houston did. So like
well,
let's
let's
say they
let's
both get bounced in the wild card round, then the Bucks would pick first because they would have the lower record compared to the Houston Texans.
but what I'm saying is I counted the AFC teams and Houston would have been the eighth AFC team, meaning they didn't make the playoffs, but they're picking at 20 where the Bucks are at 19. So maybe this system just doesn't make sense. But let's say the Houston missed the playoffs, but they had 11 wins. It's just all the wildcard teams happen to have equal or better records. But the Bucks did make the playoffs with 9 wins. Um, at the draft, the Bucks wouldn't be picking before the Texans, right? Even though they had less wins, they were a playoff team, and the Texans weren't.
I mean, maybe, wow. Or maybe it does go by record because if you think about
Yeah,
it, right? Because if you think about it, if you make it to the Super Bowl, you'll have more wins or you'll have more games played. So maybe your win record goes higher. That's a very intriguing question.
well, it's always the Super Bowl winner that picks last, regardless of record. So
Right.
that
So the
makes me
Super
think.
Bowl winner has the opportunity to have 20 wins, 20 wins throughout the season, right?
Yeah, but you could, let's say you're like the Bucks and you make the division, you win the division with 9 wins or something, and then you just need three more or four more wins to win the Super Bowl. That's 13. 13 wins that you would have. And that
Right.
13 might be less than someone else, but you'd still be picking after them. What I think they do is I think they separate the playoff teams and put them at the back of the draft, and that goes by basically the round you finished in, and then for those that finished within the same round, what the record is. And then I think after that, ahead of it is just by record. So I think this system is just fucked up because it didn't account for that.
I'm gonna look into that too. I'm gonna do some research on that, and I'll let you know once I figure it out next time we're talking
But
on a
yeah,
stream together.
basically it has Tampa at 19, but it has Atlanta, New Orleans, and Carolina at 7, 8, 9, which is funny because I feel like that's it's probably kind of low, especially for the Falcons. But maybe they
Yeah,
don't
'cause
have any faith in Tua.
it's got to be. It's got to be. Um, I don't know.
But I
It's
mean, if
also a
they are
new.
that bad,
They
they're
also
going
got a new
QB.
head coach over there too, though. So I mean, you
Yeah.
got that factored in there.
If they're picking in the top 10, I think they're looking at a new quarterback because that it probably means it's not working with Penix or Tua.
Yeah, and
And
they're
those
on their
guys have
last year. They'll be on their
this
last year with Penix, and Tua was a 1 year deal.
yeah. Like I think it was the Chiefs this year, they were picking top 10, but obviously they're not gonna move on from Mahomes. But I think most top 10 teams, they have to be like a new QB has to be in the consideration unless you drafted him the year before
Right,
or,
like the
brought him in the
Tennessee
year before.
Titans,
Yeah, exactly.
who were able to go
Exactly.
out and
But
get
as far
their
as the
Darnell Tate, a weapon for that guy.
there's also there's a decent amount of QBs. There's the Julian Sayin, the guy at Ohio State, is eligible. They have Drew Mestamaker from Oklahoma State. They're saying is a top QB prospect. There's Dylan Raiola, who's also at Oregon. I don't know if he's transferring or not. He won't be able to play if Dante Moore is there. That's the guy that
So
looks like
what you're
Patrick
telling me,
Mahomes.
Joe? So what you're telling me, Joe, is we could still go out there and have some fun this year and get about 6 or 7 wins and shut a lot of people up and still get a top quarterback in the draft if we need one, right? Is what
If
you're telling me?
yeah, if we still go out there and get wins, but we know Malik is the problem or a problem, we still have options out there.
That's why this season is so exciting, ladies and gentlemen. That's why this season is so
Yeah.
exciting because there's so many variables that could happen in our favor, could happen against us. But if it happens against us, it helps us because we know the direction that we need to go for the future. It's all about evaluating what we got on the roster and developing an identity. Jeff Halfley's got to come in here and assert his dominance into the locker room. I was talking about this on Pete's Takes the other day, bro. I want a moment. I want there to be a moment this year where we have like a crazy win, right? Let's say it's week 3 against the Chiefs. We somehow come out and dominate the Chiefs. Maybe not dominate them score wise, but like play on the field wise.
Full
You know what
game.
I mean? And win that game. I want to
Yeah.
see Jeff Halfley in that freaking locker room ripping his shirt off and screaming with the guys and getting them all hyped up, man. I want to see that. I want to see Halfley with a shirt off this year.
Well, I just want to see, the team respond properly to the coach because we just went through the 3 years where we saw a team that wasn't committed to their coach. Or how many years did McDaniel have? 3 or 4?
Or
4.
it
Yeah,
was
we
what
just went.
2022 he came in 20
Yeah,
the off season of 22 23 and then 23 24 25 so 3 seasons technically.
yeah, and I want to see someone that actually brings like responsibility back to the locker room. For people to play their positions, for people to help each other grow as players and develop. It's not on just the coach, it's also for the players to, help each other.
And I think
If we can They talked about how, remember after the whole Flores thing, how McDaniel was gonna be this, fresh, breath of fresh air, right? And the player's friend, everyone's gonna love him, and it's gonna click instantly and all this stuff, and they were hyping up the fact that he was gonna be best friends with everyone. But I'm hoping to see like a little bit of the opposite here. I still want them to respect and like the coach, but I want to see them like, actually listen and respect his authority. And that I don't think
and
they McDaniel.
Yeah, and we're already seeing signs of that, right, Joe? Like, I don't know if you watch all of the player interviews that get thrown out there, but I do. And we're seeing multiple players get asked, about Jeff Halfley and his coaching style and some of the things that he offers and brings to the table. And he's a clear cut guy, man. He tells these guys like, you're gonna do your job. We have expectations, and if you don't live up to those expectations, there's a guy behind you that will.
So
When Halfley,
who's calling plays?
who's calling plays?
Yeah, is he
Um,
calling plays? I remember an interview where he said he wants to call the plays or something, but that was very early on. But to me, I would rather have Slowick calling the plays on offense.
Honestly, if Halfley was smart, he would let Slowick call the plays on offense, and he would let Duggan call the plays on defense, and he would just micromanage and
Yeah.
coach. Because
Yep.
that's the problem that a lot of head coaches run into, right? It's like they have to be the head coach, plus they have to be something else as well. They have to focus on other aspects, and especially if you're a brand new head coach coming into doing this for the very first time, that's a lot to deal with. That's why I'm kind of down on Jesse Minter this year. Um, so I think he has an advantage because he trusts Slowick. He's already worked with Slowick on the defensive side of the ball and on the when he was on the offensive side of the ball. And he's been working with Duggan for the last 8 years. So Duggan literally, he's already said Duggan knows his offense. Duggan is taking care of the defense right now. So Jeff Halfley don't even need to worry about it.
How do you think that's how many other teams do that in the league where they have just the coach just coaching and the coordinators are the play callers on each side of the ball? I agree with you. I think that's very important for his first year as an NFL head coach um have like his focus on one area. I think that's where McDaniel failed and why he went from offensive genius to bumbling head coach was because he had too much to try and handle at once. Not only was he trying to constantly create a creative offense and scheme up new things each week, but he was also trying to be a first time head coach. And one of those things was going to suffer. I think that's why his offense went stale. And then he was also battling with the fact that he's not his personality is not that of a head coach. So he had to learn that on the fly as well. There's just too many things at once. I think is why we were losing games in stretches in late season and it just felt like the guy was probably not even sleeping either. He was probably losing a lot of sleep.
Yeah.
'Cause he
So there's a lot of small little behind the scenes and like look between the lines, read between the line types of details about this team that makes it very intriguing. And like that's why I can't just like totally count them out and be like, oh, I know for sure we're going to be picking at number one next year because it's like, bro, there's things that like you're not looking at and you're not seeing that like tell me that like it might be a little different than what you think. Not saying we're gonna be clear playoff contenders, like, oh no, we're gonna go win the AFC East this year, but it's like, bro, like I could easily see 7 wins, like as a reality.
I mean, I don't think we're going to be good this year, but I have confidence long term in what this new organization's doing. You know, if Halfley ends up not being good, um, I'll kind of look back at it and be like, well, fuck, why didn't I see that? Like, we hired this GM and he basically brought his buddy in. It'll kind of make sense to me. But at the same time, I have seen small things that make me think, okay, Halfley's probably the right guy. I just don't think it's going to be an overnight turnaround. I think it's going to take some time. But I definitely
Yeah.
feel confident in him, more confident than I did in the McDaniel hire. So that's a good start. Um, and I think I like what this, um, you know, what the idea of what this defensive head coach could do. Um, as opposed to having this offensive minded head coach. Just get the right offensive coordinator and a defensive minded head coach to me is a preferable approach. Um, I don't know. Like I obviously have mixed feelings on this draft class. Well, not mixed. My feelings are pretty specific. I didn't think it was a good draft. Um,
And
that doesn't mean
and
I
it's
think the
funny.
players
It,
fit.
it's funny because this draft is like we're going to be coming back to this draft in 3 years from now, and we're either going to be looking at it as like one of the worst moves, like the worst move of the beginning of his tenure, or we're going to be looking at it like it was a great move. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree, especially because there were some risky picks. He definitely didn't make
Yeah.
like with that with the tight end that's basically a blocking only tight end with a
Yeah.
receiver that
Yeah,
no one's heard of.
100%. You know what I mean? It's like you went out and got Will Kazmarek, who's a blocking tight end. Okay, that didn't really make sense. And Caleb Douglas is supposed to be like, we got him because he's a blocking wide receiver. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
those ones are a little questionable.
Yeah, and I am a little bit worried that like we can't. And I feel like I've been an Achan hater this offseason just because I've been trying to slow people down a bit on the glazing, but we can't build this identity to be around Achan because we really only have that card for another 2 years. And then Achan's not going to be Achan anymore. It's just the nature of the running back position. Um, and we don't know that we'll be able to get Achan 2.0 from anywhere. So I would like to see this team take on an identity that's more than just spamming Achan. And then I'll truly believe that our offense is going to, take off the way it could.
Well, and
Until,
that's gonna come down to Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick has got to run
yeah,
this offense pretty pretty spectacular and very diverse in my opinion. It's going to be a matter of him making sure that he utilizes the other running backs that we have as well properly. You know, that way it's not just spamming a chain.
right. Achan will
And
get
then
you wins, but I mean, it gets you like 6 wins, right? 6 or 7 wins on just Achan. You got to have a lot more.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you've been the probably the biggest Slowick supporter I've seen this preseason. Um, do you
And that
think if we
and
have
that honestly started last year. Remember, I was pushing for him last year.
what are the chances that we can keep a successful offense? Let's say they actually do crush it this year, and the whole Malik HN thing works, and our receivers are a pleasant surprise, and this offense is humming. Um,
Well,
what are the
you
chances that we keep Slowick around for an additional year, um, instead of him getting snatched up somewhere?
Oh, I mean, like that's the tough question. And I think that like that's definitely the tough question, but I think he would have to do it more than 1 year, right? But it would look very intriguing. Like let's say Slowick
Well,
does
if I'm
let's say
hiring a coach,
Slowick
I'm looking at that and be like, Slowick, you did that with those guys. We want you here.
exactly. Exactly. If he goes out and makes the Dolphins do this year what he had the Houston Texans do in 2023, yeah, he's going to have teams like breathing down his neck in the offseason next year.
Yeah.
And it's going to be scary, but we're going to have to figure it out. And hopefully he wants to stick with Halfley a little bit more. And maybe he sees potential in Super Bowls or maybe even a dynasty. You know what I mean? Because at a certain point, like even as an offensive coordinator, it's like, yeah, moving up and being a head coach is really intriguing. But like, I can go be a head coach for a crappy team and never get anywhere. But if I stay here, let's look at the Chiefs, for example, with how long like they had their coaching tree going on. Like they stayed there, they won a lot of Super Bowls together. You know what I mean? So it's going to come down to Slowick and what he wants to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and thankfully there would be some other options coming back for head coach next year. Like McDermott's probably going to be finding a team. Yeah, who knows? Maybe Tomlin gets a team. So maybe that market is cluttered enough to where even if Slowick's good here, we still don't lose him.
Get to keep him around. Yeah.
But I think with the pay difference of head coach versus coordinator, I don't think any coordinator these days is going to stick around for championship runs or anything. You want to go get that head coach position.
Yeah, but don't you make more money when you win championships? Like, don't you get like bonuses and
Like a
stuff like that?
Well, it's like a very significant jump in salary to head coach, where it's like millions and millions. as opposed to I don't. It might be like $1 million bonus or something if you get. See, I don't know. I don't know what the Super Bowl win payouts are.
I know they get
Or,
checks for all of those games. They get checks for all of those games,
yeah,
all the
it'd
way
be
through the
interesting to
playoffs.
see the average coordinator salary and average head coach salary and see how we compare in those regards on our guys. I don't even know what factors. That's not like salary cap, right? The head coach.
No, no,
That's
yeah,
just
that's not
whatever.
salary cap.
Huh.
What's
I wonder
up,
who the
bud?
highest coach is.
I would, if I had to guess who would be the highest paid coach, I would think it would be Andy Reid. He's got the best tenure out there right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd say him or
But
Sean McVay.
Sean Payton just got paid too, though. He just got a 5-year extension with the Broncos.
Yeah, I'd say it's either McVay, Reed, or Peyton.
Because I mean, Sean Payton turned that team around 100%. So I mean, whatever he's getting paid right now, he definitely deserves it.
I'm gonna look it up. Highest paid NFL coaches. How do I find something accurate? Oh, John Harbaugh. Forgot about John Harbaugh.
Yeah, but he just went to the Giants, so right? Are they paying him a whole bunch of money? Is
Believe
that where they
so.
got him? Is that how they got him?
I see. Okay, January. No, January 15th isn't going to be accurate. How do I find this data?
Um,
I don't trust the AI overviews that it spits out,
yeah,
but
no,
it's
you
saying,
can't. You got to always double check those, man. I've made the mistake of just like getting in a hurry, doing the like reading what it said and then making a video and then immediately realizing that I was wrong as I was listening to the video. I'm like, bro, I'm a fucking idiot. That's not right.
yeah, because this list has Tomlin on it still. Uh, I don't know where I can go to see coach
I'm checking
salaries.
right now. It would be over the cap, right?
Maybe. It's saying Harbaugh is 5-year, $100 million contract. That makes sense.
That's
Is
what
that what the
20.
Giants
That's
went?
what 20 million a year.
Yeah. Is that what the Giants did?
Just threw a bunch of money at him to get him over there. I never
It's
looked into
frustrating.
the contract. After we didn't get him, I stopped caring.
It doesn't really matter for the team, but I'm kind of curious of what the pay actually is.
But yeah, you're right. It's like, who do I trust? Like, which site do I trust? Like, no actual site is reporting this. Like, no common site that we know, like ESPN or NFL.
Yeah, and the
It's
and the
just,
AI tools, it's really hard for them to research sports data properly because there's so many changes. Each, even by the month. And trying to go up and if it like references like I just did there, where I searched like head coach salaries, it might find an article from a year ago that it thinks is relevant, but half the list might be irrelevant by now because the season ended. So it
yeah.
unless you have like a tailored like sports AI for like searching like in a specific sport and statistics and things. It's
I'm working on it. I'm working on it, but my AI still makes mistakes, even though like I even try filling it in with information and shit, trying to coach it so that it thinks like me.
yeah,
Because that's what
yeah,
it's meant for. You know what I mean? It's meant to be used as a second brain, kind of just like helps you organize your shit faster than you can. You know what I mean?
yeah.
It's
Well, I
it's
I would
it's a
use it
tool.
at work. And if I'm making making features for the software and I have it code it, I'll basically tell it to audit the code it just made, and I'll give it like a few examples of what it could have done, possibly could have done wrong, and it actually most of the time it ends up like finding like, oh shit, like it did fuck up like several things, and I'm correct on two of my four assumptions. It's not quite there yet, but who knows where it'll be in a year, 2 years. We might just become blobs.
No, it's definitely a scary thing, and people got to learn how to use it properly, or else like we're gonna. That's where Skynet comes in into play.
Yeah. Well, before that, the quality of everything is just gonna suffer. Like articles you read online or
Well, it's already happening, bro. Like half of the thumbnails that you see on YouTube right now are all the same fucking font. And I was using that font 7 months ago, bro, and now it's famous. And like, I'm like already using other shit.
you know what I've seen is like I'll be scrolling on Facebook and I'll see like these just on the feed there'll be um articles from like these random accounts that are different NFL teams, and it'll have like some shocking quote from a rookie, and you'll see in the you go to the comments and it's like someone will be like, I just saw this same exact article for like this other team's rookie, and it's basically it's just you have AI like making articles on and making accounts on social media and just like pushing that stuff. It's it's pretty wild. There's no journalistic integrity anymore. You could just straight up lie or be incorrect or not like fact checked, and it's nobody cares. No repercussions.
Well,
People are
ladies
just
and
a
gentlemen, I want you guys to know that I do 98% of my own research and work. I use my AI as a tool. It makes my thumbnails because I'm not artistic like that. But all my
That's how it
articles,
started.
all of my notes, everything is all handwritten. It's all my own like detail, or I see what I see. I write down what I see and I take notes and etc. and all of that. Yeah. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm not an AI robot, ladies and gentlemen. Ay, ay, ay. This chicken's looking good, man.
Are you grilling some chickens?
Yeah. That's what I usually do on Sundays, man. Cooking with the real. I'll just like cook up on the grill. I don't know why my phone was being so quiet today because I usually have it over there, and it's just got the video of me cooking on the grill and shit. Um, but usually the audio is much better. But I don't know why it was so shitty today. People were saying they couldn't hear me, so I cut the video off, and now I've been carrying the phone around.
Getting hungry. Thinking about that. Yeah.
That was a pretty good power ranking, though. I think honestly, I think it's pretty fair.
Yeah. Be interesting to see how the season shakes out. Watch it be completely wrong.
Well, I mean, how wrong could it be? Seriously, I mean, maybe the Panthers or the Falcons instead of the Buccaneers take that place. Um,
Watch
Maybe
it
the
be like
Seattle Seahawks don't have any kind of bounce or like down year. Um,
watch the Commanders looking like they used to with Jaden Daniels, and us all be like, oh shit, like that makes sense. He's back.
yeah, I mean, I could see that for sure. I mean, because we still don't know. That could definitely be a thing because their defense ain't bad.
Right.
But I mean, other than that, I think the NFC is pretty much locked down. Other than that one division, to be honest. Who
As
are
long
who?
as Tua
who
doesn't make the playoffs and start getting playoff wins, could you imagine? Like, I
oh
might just
man,
like might take some time off football if that happens.
like I quit. I quit. But I mean, think about it though. Think about it though. What if they make the playoffs? They just win that division. They make the playoffs, and they end up playing the freaking
Niners.
uh, Niners. I don't know. Niners will whoop them up, bro. The Cowboys. I think the Cowboys would too. What if the Commanders take the Cowboys spot? You know what I mean? I don't see any team in that NFC that would make it to the playoffs that they'd be able to beat once they got into the playoffs. I think Tua might be able to make it in there, but I don't think he's going anywhere past the wild card or past the first round.
I mean, I really think it's whoever takes down the Rams and whoever takes down the Texans. And that
Yeah,
Super
those
Bowl
are
might
my
be,
two. Yeah, those are my two clear Super Bowl favorites, but we have to respect what the Denver Broncos can do.
yep.
Um, because if with a healthy Bo Nix, they would have been in the Super Bowl last year for sure. And their defense is pretty good too, man. Their defense is stout. They have a better run game, in my opinion, than the Houston Texans do. But I think the Houston Texans, if CJ Stroud can be a serviceable quarterback, I think they have a better passing game.
Yep.
And CJ Stroud poses a little bit more threat with the run, but I think Bo Nix is more durable than CJ Stroud is when it comes to the run.
Have to imagine Waddle moves the needle a little bit for them too because they gave up a first for it.
Unfortunately, he does. And I was talking about this earlier too. It's like I didn't really like Waddle for us. Like he was not really ever a great wide receiver. But if you think about it, whenever he wasn't relied on to be the number one guy, he was a good wide receiver, right? Whenever Tyreek Hill was on the field with him, Waddle was pretty reliable. But when it was all a matter of, hey, we need to rely on Waddle, that's when he never really showed up. Um, so that's why I think like he will be good for the Broncos because they don't need him to be a number one guy. Like they got other guys that can go out there and be that. So he might he might do good over there.
Curious to see how he does in the snow and in the cold.
Well, that's something he's just going to have to get used to, that higher elevation and everything.
Yeah.
Because that air is thinner up there too. I mean, that's what I heard. I don't know. I've never been there, but I heard that the air is a lot thinner up there.
Yeah, you can feel it. Some people get like altitude whatever sickness or whatever when they travel places like that.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
It's definitely a home field advantage. Kind of like
Kind of like
muggy weather.
Florida.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that, Joe? We got all 1 o'clock games this year except for one. One is at 4:25. All the rest of them are 1 o'clock games at home. How does that make you feel? We finally get our home field advantage back. That could be another thing that helps the Miami Dolphin win some games this year.
Well, if I'm interested in going to any of the games, I think it's a good thing. As much as I want to experience a night game at Hard Rock, um, it's so much easier to get home at a reasonable time. If I leave the stadium, it takes me like 3.5 hours to get home. Um,
Oh, damn, you live north or south?
I live in Bradenton near Tampa.
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah,
Um,
you got quite a drive.
yeah. So I kind of like the 1 o'clock games, and I like I don't know. That's definitely like my favorite viewing time is 1 o'clock. It's kind of more like with my routine. I'll say I'll be here at home watching, standing in front of the TV for the Dolphins game, and then maybe I'll go to the sports bar for the afternoon or
Yeah,
night games.
right. Well, I got the tickets. I've been going to the games every year. So during home games, I'm usually that's what my day consists of. I get up early, we go down there, and I'm pretty much there all day. I usually typically am there even after the game ends. I'm there kind of tailgating and stuff a little bit afterwards to let the traffic and shit die down. Because I do have like a 45 to an hour drive back home for me. So
Yeah. I'm thinking about going to the Raiders Dolphins game.
over in Vegas.
Yeah,
Are you
but
in any of those? Are you in any of those channels? Like, there's a what's it called? 305 Sports Babe or whatever. I think they have like packages and shit that you can get if you haven't already got it taken care
Well,
of. Go check it out.
like other Dolphins fans are going.
Yeah, it's they. I think they're having like a fan fest over there, so like you'll be able to
Oh,
group
that'll be
up with a
cool.
bunch of Dolphin fans and shit. It's 305 Sports Babe. I think she's a travel agent, so I think they have, um, I think
Okay.
they have packages and stuff that you could check out,
Yeah,
and
maybe they got to
lock
block it
up.
too. Then.
I think they're also doing, from what I understand too, it might be a different one. I don't know. One of them is doing a stadium tour
I've done it
of
there.
Allegiant
It's a great
Stadium.
stadium. Yeah, phenomenal stadium, phenomenal tour.
Yeah, so they're doing a stadium tour, and then they have like a Friday night get together or a Friday afternoon get together, pool party, and then like Saturday, and like they do stuff all weekend.
Yeah. So that stadium tour, it brings you like all through the locker rooms. It brings you through the press box, through the owner's box, which was sick. You go on the field. You go up above. They have the torch, where around the torch there's like a bar that like surrounds it, like a ring shaped bar, and then you have the view of the Las Vegas skyline um,
Oh, right.
from like the upper area where that torch is. Really nice stadium. I ran
What?
into the owner. I ran into Mark Davis at the next day after my tour. I saw him walking to a cigar bar through a hotel. He was walking completely alone in blue jeans and a Raiders starter jacket. Said hello
Yeah,
to him and said,
I can't wait for that day I can start traveling around with the team. That's my next goal, man. Travel to every game. And then I can start looking at other stadiums and shit.
"Yeah, SoFi is another stadium I want to go to. I'm sure the price is atrocious there in
Yeah.
California,
Oh, I
um,
bet.
but it's a very nice stadium." I was just looking up, by the way. I don't know if you've been watching the World Cup, but the next World Cup that's it's going to be in Spain, Portugal, and Morocco. Morocco is building a stadium that is going to be the third biggest stadium in the world. I believe the biggest is in India. It's a cricket stadium, and the second biggest is North Korea, the 1st of May stadium, which no one goes to, so we don't know for sure if it's actually that many seats. Um, but it is apparently the second biggest stadium in the world. The third biggest is Michigan, um, um, the university, the stadium there. But this stadium that they're building in Morocco is going to be bigger than that. So it's going to be the third biggest stadium in the world as far as capacity.
Crazy.
Hmm.
That's crazy. That's a good thing, though, man. Sports are good for the world.
Yeah, I think it's like $2 billion they're spending on it.
How long do you think it's going to take for? I hope never. Like, I really hope it never happens. But robots, man. Do you
Like
think?
sport.
Do you think? Yeah, playing the sports.
Um, yeah, it's interesting. What
I don't
sport do
think.
you think could be automated first out of like the major sports?
Um, Probably tennis, like those types of sports,
Yeah,
or golf, maybe.
yeah, golf. Yeah, I think golf would be it because you could test your like robot on like hitting and everything. Like, yeah, I think golf. That's a good one.
And the
I think
reason I think
drone
tennis
racing.
too, the reason I think tennis too is because you already have Pong on the computer, right? So that's really all you're simulating in a robot.
Well, yeah, there's machines that do it today with like goaltending for hockey and um tennis to like play like against a machine that like returns the ball. They have robots like that today, but like to like get like the humanoid thing, I
Right.
think it would be
It's just simple actions as it is right now, but it's a matter of 10 to 15 years from now. It's a lot more advanced and complicated actions that they can do. You know what I mean? And then the more advanced it gets, the faster it evolves.
we went through esports, right? And that got its whole rise to popularity. What about like
Yep.
robot R sports or robots? You know,
Oh,
drone
another
racing.
one would be boxing too, right? We've already kind of seen that. They had a movie out about that, right?
Oh, I
with
was thinking of like
Hugh
the toys.
Jackman,
I was thinking of the toys. Remember the robot, the boxing
Rock'em
robot?
Sock'em Robots.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about the Rock'em Sock'em Robots. I'm like, oh, that's super easy to simulate, and
Yeah.
like I think that one would be something that like people would get
Combat
behind too.
combat
You know
sports
what I
between
mean?
would be interesting.
I would get behind that. Like if they did robot fighting sports, because like we've already kind of seen it for a while, right? With the car robots that they do.
Right, and battle bots.
That's been around forever. You know what I mean?
Right. They
Like
make
that
humanoid robots that fight each other in like combat style. That you can cheer for the violence because no one's actually getting like serious injured.
exactly, exactly. You know, nobody's actually has to risk getting cauliflower ear, man.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not seeing people die in the ring. You're just seeing a robot's head get mangled,
Yeah, you see sparks
wires
flying.
popping out. Yeah. That's interesting to think about. It
Honestly,
might
that's
not be that far
probably
away.
no for that. I mean, I literally within the next 5 years because they already got the robots, right? You're already seeing some people having these house-made robots in their house. Kai Cenat has it. Speed, the Kardashians, like they have these fucking bicentennial man robots walking around their house right now. It's just the actions are very clunky and the commands aren't as smooth yet. It's just a matter of time before they get it fucking
Right. Well,
smoother.
yeah, look how AI has developed. I mean, that
Yeah.
just like a year ago, everyone was just making funny images with it, and now it's like
Well,
taking over
that's
everyone's
yeah,
business and
and
hobby.
that's
Like,
and that's because it couldn't do much complicated things. Like the complexity wasn't there yet because it hadn't had enough practice. And now it's like
yeah,
it's had so much practice, and but that's why it's also it sucks too, right? Because like AI's also gotten stupid expensive. Like in the beginning, everyone was
yeah,
like they were most of them are giving it away for free, of course, to get people hooked on it. But then it's
yeah,
such a strain on the environment that like yeah, it's getting expensive to even use it.
yeah, yeah. We're also like, I just don't like to see technology progress that quickly. I think it's good to progress with technology, but something like that is just people are going to start using it in ways that they absolutely should not.
Yeah, and we're already seeing that with like in schools and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, as long as the NFL doesn't get hurt by it, like if they start doing like we might see it where they use like AI reviews for like a lot of penalties and stuff like that. I kind of have mixed feelings there because if what they're doing with I don't know if you've been watching the World Cup, but when they do these um assisted replays, it like with baseball it happens too. It takes forever. Like they'll like stop the game because AI wants to review like a certain play. And
Oh,
it's
that's
like it's
crazy.
adding a lot of stoppages to the game. I hope that doesn't become like a trend for the NFL. I don't care about the other sports.
Well, I mean, yeah, and that's what it would be. It would be like a whole season of trial and error because it's got to learn. It's got to learn things because like there's one thing that robots will never be able to simulate. I don't think. I maybe at some point, but that's human reaction, human emotion. To whereas like if you have a robot calling penalties or calling flags in an NFL game, they're going to call every flag that they're programmed to look for, right? So it doesn't matter what happens, what
Right.
else is happening, they're going to call the flag. So it's like, even though it's all the way on the other side of the field and it doesn't affect the game of play, he's going to call that flag. And then it's going to take learning. Like, okay, the programmers are going to have to go in there and like, all right, now add another code to this penalty, to where it's like make sure that like it
Yeah.
a lot. It's a fucking lot. It's breaking my brain trying to think about it all. But it's the
Robot
reality we live
referees.
in, bro.
Wouldn't that be funny? Robot referees.
Well, I don't think it would necessarily be robots. I think it would just kind of be like a flying thing, like drones mainly.
drones and cameras.
Yeah,
Direct driving.
drones and cameras. That would make the most sense because I don't think like because these referees are pretty agile, you know what I mean? And they got to be agile in a lot of situations. Like we've even seen it to where they get run over. Now you put a fucking 300-pound metal object out there, like it's just gonna get in the way, and it's probably
Someone
gonna
gets a
cause more
concussion.
problems than good.
Yeah, someone runs a crossing route, they get a concussion running into that thing.
Yeah, for real. And it doesn't even budge. It just stands there like, oh, penalty, roughing the referee.
Right.
He's ejected.
Yeah, it's and maybe we can get a robotic QB. Not have to worry about it anymore.
No, let's try and leave robots out of the NFL. Let's see how they do in other sports first before we start thinking about rooting for robotic fucking
I think
football
golf
players.
idea though. I would watch that. I would watch people try to put their machine to the test and see how well it can perform on 18 holes.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting. I think boxing would be interesting. I would really be interested in the boxing. That would really intrigue me. Golf, I would probably give it a try and watch it, but it's like golf is still kind of a boring sport, even with like human
Yeah, but what if
playing
these
it.
things start hitting like hole in one or two shots on every single hole and like obliterate the records of people?
That'd
What if
be
these
kind
guys
of like
get so
have
good
you
that they
watched that
get
second
remaining hole in one?
have you watched that second Happy Gilmore?
I did, and I didn't like it, so I didn't pay attention. I think I fell asleep.
Oh well, that's kind of like what they were doing there. Like the golfers on the opposite league, they had basically got like some kind of bone taken out of their hip or whatever. It gave them more extension so they can get more oomph on the balls, and they were able to shoot it like 500, 600 yards or whatever. And they were basically getting like hole in ones or two shots and stuff.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
It was
Sometimes I feel like we also used AI to like draft our team.
Oh gosh, I hated that commercial, man. I hated that commercial, bro. I hated
Oh,
that Did you know what commercial I'm talking about, right? Where they were talking about the AWS and like it had that guy there like um evaluating a player, and he basically just had like the AI evaluate it for him in the commercial.
yeah. Yeah, no,
It's
that's
like
something like what if Halfley and Sullivan just like plugged in like we need a tall, fast receiver. And it's like not even like considering anything else. It just looks through the database and it's like, oh, this guy matches your exact question. And that gets Caleb Douglas.
I would hope not. I mean, like I wouldn't doubt. So like I wouldn't doubt that you're using AI in some way, shape, or form, right? Um, but I would hope that
AI
it's
should be to
not
present you with options that you then can
often.
fill. Having
Yeah,
to Instead of having to dig through stuff yourself, it should present you with information that you then digest. But what a lot of people use it for, I don't think it'll be these head coaches and GMs, but what a lot of people in society are using it for is once it presents them with the information, they don't want to look through it either. So they just tell it the AI to, pick for them basically, or do it for them. That's the
yeah,
dangerous part.
that's the
If,
dangerous part for
if
sure.
you bypass using it as a tool and begin using it as a basically
Toy.
second version of yourself.
Yeah, it's like a toy at that point.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to teach my kids too. And it's like the same. It was the same way with YouTube in the beginning too, right? If you think about it, when YouTube first came out, like you could use it as a toy or you could use it as a tool. I mean, it's still
Yeah.
same. Like if you needed to fight, if you didn't know how to do something back then, like when YouTube first came out, it was usually the place you can go to and learn how to do something. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I don't know how to change a tire. You look on YouTube, figure out how to change a tire. Oh, I don't know how to do this. All right, let me look on YouTube. I'm sure somebody's made a video of it. All right, I can learn.
Man, I don't have kids, but I've always found that it's has to be so hard to teach
Oh
kids
my
how to
god,
properly use phones and iPads and stuff and how to be
bro.
responsible. And I can't
Be
even
glad you
imagine
don't be
AI.
glad you don't have kids in this day and age right now. Like it might not be so bad for the next generation because like everyone will have a handle on it, hopefully, and we'll
Right.
have things kind of figured out. But like this
You're in the
generation,
Wild West.
we're in the wild west when it comes to that. And it's like and I'm in a tight spot myself too, because like me and my wife, we both work. My parents stay with us. My mom works, but my dad is kind of disabled and he can't work. So he's at the home a lot and he's kind of like the babysitter so that everyone else can go and work and shit. But he can't really do much. So it's
Right.
kind of like with three kids and one of them is a 6 year old and the other two are teenagers, it's like you kind of got to like stick everybody on something to keep them occupied and from killing each other.
Right.
If not, they'll
Right.
give my dad a heart attack. So it's like you have
Yeah.
a lot of families growing in that situation too, where they're like they don't even have a choice but to like let their kids like indulge in it.
I get it. I totally get it. And a lot of families, they're both parents work, right? And for me, that was the case for me when I was a kid. I would get home from school and I would just go find things to do. But at that time, it wasn't cell phones, iPads, the internet, AI. It was like me hopping on GameCube or like N64 and playing, Madden or Super Smash Brothers or something, and or going outside and playing basketball. It wasn't like the things available um, to for me to entertain myself on that could also be misused. There was never any kind of worry like that. Um, and now today you've got not only like devices and things where people are living like their life through, but also like AI. You could have someone that's completely turns into a hermit crab because they would rather talk to AI all day instead of human beings.
Well, like
There's like
there's actually a lawsuit going out right now. There's a lawsuit that's going out to where like I guess AI has like led a bunch of they've done studies or whatever, and AI has led a bunch of kids into exactly what you're saying, depression and isolation and like suicidal thoughts and shit
yeah,
because of
yeah.
the
Look,
improper
it's
use of it.
if sugary sodas can have a lawsuit for making kids fat, the AI can definitely be responsible for fucking up kids' mentalities and personalities. There's a little bit of the onus on the parents to help educate the kids on what's healthy usage and
Yeah,
what's not. But it's very
yeah.
easy for people to fall victim to that kind of stuff. Imagine you have social anxiety and you can't make friends at school, or you maybe you're getting bullied at school, whatever. You could have a social interaction with AI and it's not doing those things to you, so you feel more comfortable with it. It's really like unprecedented territory that we're walking into. It's like imaginary friends are all of a sudden real. Is there, is there psychological damage that could be associated with that?
Wow, we used to have actual imaginary friends, and now they
Right.
can actually be imaginarily real.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So it's
And
kind
then
of crazy to think about. Like, who knows how I would have looked at all this stuff when I was an 8 year old, 10 or whatever.
yeah. No, I mean, I'm. That's why I'm glad I kind of grew up the way I grew up. Like, I didn't have a choice. There was no option for me. Like, hell, like half of my childhood, I was homeless, anyways. So, like, none of that was an option for me. My options were football and outside, and that was it, man.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm glad I didn't have the choices
Yeah.
growing up.
I'm
'Cause
35, so like
I think about it all the time. I'm like, what type of person would I have grown up into if like my other family member would have gotten me as a child instead of me staying with my mom. Like my life would
right.
have been completely different. I would have been spoiled. I would have had all the things in the world that I wanted. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
Compared to
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say compared to having nothing, like literally growing up a kid, you're like homeless, no electricity, no food, like having to steal and sell drugs to survive. Like 10-year-old, you shouldn't have to do things like that. But that's why I say all the time, like there's a lot of people that if they had to grow up the way I grew up, they probably wouldn't have made it to 15.
How old are you? How old are you?
38.
Yeah, so you grew up right around the same time when like cell phones cell phones came out. Um, while I was like, it's people started getting them in high school when I was growing up. Like people would get them in like ninth, 10th grade to get a cell phone. Now it's
Yeah.
significantly earlier.
Yeah, way
But
early. That's actually funny. I got a funny story about that, right? Because my very first cell phone was a Nokia, and I'm sure some of y'all out there probably remember the old Nokias. You can change the faceplates and change the buttons and everything. And like, I ended up stealing one, right? Like, I broke into a house. Not proud of any of this. This was when I was a kid, guys, and y'all just heard me say that like I had to do things in order to survive. Like, if not, I would not be here right now. But I didn't necessarily have to steal a cell phone, but I did, anyways. Um, and it was like a pay monthly cell phone, and like I actually ended up getting to use this cell phone for 2 straight years before they finally stopped putting minutes on it each month. It was hilarious, but yeah, it was an old Nokia phone.
yeah, I remember those phones. I played many games of Snake on Nokia phones.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, so like when those came out, like I didn't even it wasn't even available as like a what I think is the important years of your like upbringing, which is like up to from 6 to say 16 or so or 15, where you need to have that imagination. You need to be going outside and doing things. Once you start to get a little bit older, you want to focus more on socializing with people. So, a phone's not awful for that. Helps enable it actually, but I'm so glad it wasn't like my parents were like feeling pressure from me to get me a phone when I was like 10 or something because other friends at school had them. I'm so
yeah, no,
glad that I just missed that group.
yeah, no, 100%. Because that's definitely what it is now. Yeah, it's definitely like, and like it's getting some parents are getting it to their kids way sooner, like way sooner than they should. Like honestly, with my oldest son, that's kind of what killed his drive in life. But his dad gave him a phone. It wasn't really my choice. I did not want him getting a phone at 7, but his dad gave him a phone at 7, and from there it was just like we literally watched his grades just plummet. His care, like his drive, everything just plummeted. And so finally, eventually, I had to take over. Like I because he kept losing his phone anyways. He kept like letting it not get paid and shit like that. So I'm like, whatever. I'll just put his a phone on my plan since you're gonna give him a phone anyways. I'll just put it on my plan. That way I can control it. So it's like now I have control over it. So it's like if he doesn't follow my rules, it's like I'll take it away. You know what I mean?
Right.
So but because he was the first one and he got it at 7 and it wasn't even my choice, right? Now my daughter hits 7 years old and now I'm hearing the yappering from her, you know what I mean? Like, oh, well, Damien got his at 7. Meh, 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 meh. He got his at
Yeah.
7. I got to get it at 7. It's like, no, you don't. And it's like, but she's also a girl and we had moved to a new neighborhood. And I'm like, man, she's going to be walking back and forth to school. This would give me like a way to be able to keep an eye on her, make sure she's safe, always know where her location is, et cetera, et cetera. I'm like, all right, so I had to, and that was because of the world that we live in, right? Like
Right. Yeah.
that's another reason.
Now you're wondering if it's irresponsible to not give her one so that, if something you'd feel bad if something had happened and she couldn't have a way to reach you. Right. So
Right.
the availability of the device is an issue I'm glad my parents didn't have to deal with.
Yeah,
And I'm
it's
glad
definitely
that
tough, man.
have the pressure to get that because you know how you could feel like pressured as a kid to want to have things or want to do things. I'm glad that I didn't have to deal with that as a young kid. It was just playing soccer and baseball and football and you know
Yeah.
eating
Yeah, but
eating.
now we have a problem. But now we have a problem with getting kids out there to play soccer and basketball and football. So it's like
Yeah, bro.
robotics football may be here sooner than we think because we may not have any choice but to make robots to play some football.
Right. Yeah, I don't really see. I don't have kids, so I never really see any of that. But I can imagine. I can imagine. Like I probably I bet the NFL Play 60 has like given up. You remember those commercials where they
Like
tell
they
you
don't
to
have commercials anymore. It's still there. It's still out there. It's still present, but they don't have any commercials anymore. But you can just take the last few rounds of rookie classes, right? And just look at how differently it is for them than it was 10 years ago, right? So it's like Cam Scatabo suffered an injury. What did he do? He jumped right on the internet and started making money through Twitch. You know what I mean? You got how many of these guys are coming into the NFL and now have 200K followers on TikTok and all that, doing their stupid dances and stuff. It's like they
yeah.
already are making their money even before they get in here, and it's just going to become easier. So I don't know, man.
I wonder how many kids are watching like Twitch streamers and just streamers in general that are and like looking at it as a legitimate career option and really don't really seek out to learn or do anything else because they just want to be, you know, they want to be a streamer and
Well, I
um
mean, that's honestly, it's the next wave. It's beating out national television. It's beating out even some of the streaming platforms. Like it is the next wave, right? And then like that's what life is all about. If you want to survive in life, you got to learn how to evolve and adapt. And like that's why I started streaming in the first place because it's like I'm in a career where I don't feel like a robot's going to take my job for quite some time, especially considering I work with saltwater. But I mean, there's still the possibility. Like I'm already running into situations where people are setting up automatic water change systems for their tanks. You know what I mean? We actually have one that we just set up for a house on the island, bro. You know what I mean? It's a 15-foot tank and it's got it set up to where it automatically changes 10 gallons every hour by itself. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So that literally takes part of my job away. It's already happening. It's already starting to happen. So it's like,
you do cleaning as well?
yeah, I do all of that. I do the cleaning, the water changes. Like, I make
I
most
think
of my money off commission and shit. So
I think cleaning is going to be the hardest thing to replace because there's unless you get like these little mini robots or something that can now swim around.
all right. So you know how they have the magnets, right? They have
Yeah,
robot magnets. They have robot magnets.
like a
The
Roomba
robot.
for the garden,
Oh,
basically.
yes, yes, they have them. The robots on the
Yeah,
outside. It's just the magnet on the inside.
but you know that like there can be different types of algae buildup and stuff that like those aren't going to take care of, where you actually
Yeah.
need to go through, like a scrape.
Well, I mean, if you're setting up the tank properly, you don't have those problems. Like you have the proper cleaning crew in the tank, and you're running it properly. Like you don't run into those problems. Like if you were to come follow me around and look at all my tanks, bro, like you'd be like, why don't you have algae? You're like, because I don't know, bro.
You'd be
Like none of my tanks have that issue.
you would hate my tank. It's rather dirty. The fish are I've had all my fish for like years. They're in great
Well,
condition.
you only have fish, right? It's not a mixed breed. It's just fish, right?
Have any coral. I had a mushroom for a while, but it did not do well. Like I keep my salinity is rather high, and I'm sure I have way more um
Li- Lighting
nit
than you need.
I'm sure I have way more. Is it nitrate, right? Where you got to do like water changes.
Nitrates and phosphates.
Yeah, I'm sure it's way more dirtier than it should be as far as the water, but it's um it's healthy as far as the healthy bacteria in it, whatever that's called. It's the fish are doing well, they're thriving. Um, and it's just live rock and fish.
Yeah, I mean, if
Algae.
that's it, then that's whatever. But it's like
Yeah,
when you start throwing coral in there, that the algae can become a problem because it's like now it's preventing stuff from growing and spreading.
yeah. My fish are sloppy eaters though, so and I do need to get more. I need to get a cleanup crew. I need to get more snails and shit. My puffer hates the snails. She like watches them and then like pecks at their shells. It's so
Oh,
funny.
that's 'cause she wants to eat them, bro.
No, she does. It's more of like a spite thing because she'll like watch them, and then she's a Valentini puffer, so she's tiny. She's not like the type that would like break open a snail shell. She doesn't even eat clams, and she'll like peck at their shell like once and then swim away. As just like to slap them. It's pretty funny, actually. She's been
Like,
doing it
hi,
for years.
hey, chase me. Oh, you're a snail. You can't.
Right. It's like she just like hates snails. I think what it is that I don't know if all puffers do this, but this kind does. It finds a spot on the rock at night and like lays its stomach right up against the rock and just like attaches itself to the rock. And I think sometimes the snail at night will be like climbing over the rock doing its thing, eating, and it like just runs straight into her. So it probably like bumps her around and doesn't like her, or she doesn't like it. I don't know. I'd
That's
probably give
funny.
my fish more personality than they have, but um, I have a theory that saltwater fish are significantly smarter and more like interactive than freshwater fish. Every time
No,
I see
that's
water fish, they just like look like they're mindless.
that's all fish. They're definitely very smart. I'll give you a perfect example, and this is a freshwater tank. So we had set up a freshwater cichlid tank for a client, and they put the wrong type of cichlids in there because these motherfucking cichlids were reproducing like crazy. I'm telling you, within 6 months of this tank being up, it went from 20 cichlids to 100 cichlids. And then a month later, there was like 150 freaking cichlids. I'm not even kidding, bro. Every time I was doing water changes, I was pulling out little tiny freaking little baby cichlids from the sump, from the top, everywhere. So
Sure.
finally, I tell him, I'm like, okay, I need, but there was only two types of cichlids that were in there that were reproducing. It was the dark blue and black ones, and then the ugly looking beige ones. So I'm like, listen, I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna get a bunch of these freaking fish out of here, and I'm just gonna get the blue ones and the beige ones out, and I'm gonna leave all the rest. So I start going in there, and of course, at first, everybody's swimming away from the net. Every single fish is swimming away from the net. And then until they finally realize, like, I'm only going after the two specific kind. So everyone else just starts swimming around freely. They could care less about the net. Unless you were the type that I was going after, all the rest of them, they couldn't care less. So finally, I had to start running them in a path. So I was making like a figure eight. So I had two nets, and I would chase them into a figure eight, and I had a net that I would set to where, like, when I chased them around that figure eight, they'd go into the net. I probably caught four or five like that until finally one of the other cichlids that I wasn't going after, like the biggest fucking cichlid in the tank, literally parked his ass in front of the net that I was chasing them all into. It was at that point where I was like, all right, y'all win. I'm done. I caught like 19 cichlids out at that point, and I'm like, y'all are done. Y'all are starting to scheme against me, plot and plan against me.
It's something that non-fish people don't realize is how hard it is to catch fish in a tank
Oh
sometimes.
gosh,
They
it is so hard. It,
very
if
agile.
you're not pulling everything out of that tank, like you can't, like
Right.
most of these fish you can't get. I, although there was one, I freaking this will never happen again in my life. So like I'm talking to a lady with a new tank, or she doesn't have a new tank, but this is a new client, and she's telling me some of the issues, and she has a wrasse in there, and I don't know if you're very familiar with wrasses, but wrasses, they eat a lot of inverts, and they cause problems. So it's like it will help if you have a wrasse and they're eating all your inverts, then you probably don't have snails and crabs in there eating up algae, and you might have a few algae problems. So I'm
Yeah.
like, oh well, you got to get this wrasse out of here. And she's like, how can we get it out of here? I'm like, well, there's not a whole lot of options based on your rock work and stuff. They're very tricky. They're gonna go hide. They're gonna run from us. Like we'd have to literally tear your tank apart
Yeah.
in order to get this grass out of here. And like I have my hand, I'm like sitting there talking to her, and I'm just resting my hand in the tank as I'm talking to her, but it's in enough. And like the wrasse literally fucking sits in my hand, bro.
Yeah.
Literally, it's in my hand, and I just close it. I just close my hand, and I have the wrasse in my hand. I'm actually, ma'am, I have it right here. You want me to get rid of it? Take everything I
That's
just said back.
that's funny. Yeah, I am familiar with wrasses. I've got a dragon wrasse or rock mover wrasse, as it's also called. that I've had for like 3 or 4 years now. And I also have a China wrasse. Um, they both sleep underground, which it tripped me out when I first got. I didn't know that they dive into the sand or the rocks to sleep at night, and I
Yeah,
thought they like jumped out of the tank. And I was searching all over the ground for them, couldn't find it, and I was like, did someone like eat them? Did they go in the filter? I was looking everywhere, um, and then I saw them the next day. I was like, what the fuck?
yeah, I get a lot of questions from like new clients. They're like, because they'll see the wrasse like laying in the sand and they'll think it's dead. I'm like, no, he's not dead. It's just how
Yeah,
they are. Yeah,
just sleep.
like he looks dead. He sure looks dead. I know. Trust me,
Yeah.
he's not.
Yeah, it's funny. I love the dragon wrasse. I put like shells and rocks and stuff in the tank, and it'll pick them up and carry them around the tank. It'll throw shells around, like the leftover shells from the snails that have died and been eaten, probably been eaten after dying. Um, he'll like pick them up and like carry them around in circles around the tank, and then like drop them somewhere.
Yeah, I got a yellowhead sleeper goby in my tank, and I kind of regret putting him in there now because he looked really cool when I got him, like all white body with a yellow head, and like the way that he swims is really cool. He's like a long goby style fish. Um, but I imagine if you go look in his cave that he has, it's probably decked out and looks so great because if I don't glue my coral down, he grabs it and takes it into his cave.
Yeah,
He probably has like 3 chalices in there, um, like 4 zoa plugs, got a couple mushrooms I know for sure. Um, like you walk through his house, it probably looks really good.
that's funny.
Yeah, I'm like, where do my freaking? Because like I was bringing home coral and shit, and then, like it all just kept disappearing, and like I didn't see it on the urchin because typically the urchins would pick them up. Urchins will carry stuff around, but I have
How
urchin
big of a
hats for
tank do you
that.
have?
125.
Oh damn, I've just got a
Yeah,
55.
and I got it for free too, the whole thing. But that's the perks of my job. I literally just sold a 90 that I broke down a couple weeks ago. We are gonna throw in the trash. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna take that home. I'm gonna sell that bitch. Free money. But
Have
it
you
was a whole
ever
setup, man. Ready to go.
had an eel, a snowflake?
Uh, Me, no, but we have clients that have them. I got a fish tank that has one, and he's freaking humongous, bro. Like, and I can't really see him because the tank is an anemone tank, and it's literally just anemones in this tank, and they are thriving, bro. I pull at least 20 anemones out every 2 weeks.
That's
Like,
a
no shit.
crazy tank. That's someone's personal tank. Is just anemones and a snowflake eel.
It's a school, not a school, but a daycare.
Oh,
But there
still.
are a couple fish. It's got a couple clowns. Like I've gotten them a starfish. And like they do have a yellow tang in there as well. That's pretty beat up, but he's old. But yeah, it's mostly just anemones. It's got the big giant eel in there. I'm telling you, he's probably 4 foot if I had to guess. I haven't seen his full body, but like he's
Do
at
you feed them?
least. No, I don't feed him. I
Oh
don't feed
man,
him. No, he scares me, bro. I have to get my hands
that
in that
trips
tank
me
and I
out.
can't see him.
Yeah, yeah, that tripped me
I
out. The first I used to have a snowflake, and it wasn't even that big, but I fed it. I had these long tweezers to lower like a piece of fish in there, and it always tripped me out how strong it was when it would grab the fish from the tweezers, basically like pull my arm in. It was just like this tiny little eel.
Yeah, no, I,
I
I don't
guess.
I don't play around with it. It scares me because um when I was a kid, I went lobster hunting once with my uncle, and we were down in the Keys lobster hunting, and I remember going in like going around the shore and stuff with our snorkels and stuff trying to find lobster. I was like searching around a freaking shopping cart. There was a shopping cart in the water, and I'm like, oh, this will be a good spot to find some lobster. And like I go in there and like to go look into the shopping cart, and then this moray eel starts coming out at me, bro. And I like freaked out, but I didn't like panic. For some reason, like I knew not to panic. I kind of just like slowly swam backwards until I felt like I got far enough away from him to like turn around and actually start swimming. But yeah, it scared the shit out of me as a kid. So it's like I don't know, eels, I don't fuck with no eels.
When you're in the water, eels are basically snakes that can fly, which is
Yeah, for
terrifying.
real, bro. Like for real.
That's.
And like
Could you imagine if snakes could fly? That would be the most
I would hate.
terrifying thing ever.
Oh my gosh, I'm thinking about it right now.
Yeah, I would not go outside. I
Wow.
was just reading the news. There was like a giant, there was a typhoon in China that caused a bunch of crazy flooding. And this river that flooded knocked out like the structures of a reptile, um, like like breeding center for snakes, and hundreds and hundreds of venomous snakes were released into like the flooding waters that were going right into the town. And so now there's like venomous cobras and shit, like all throughout this Chinese town, like hundreds of them.
Oh my gosh. And then
Cobras like swimming.
let's not talk about the ones that are fucking long as buses or longer. Oh my gosh.
Like the anacondas.
The fucking boa constrictors, like with what Florida's dealing with right now, like with how they released all those robot rabbits. You heard about that? How they released
No,
like 500,000 robot rabbits to try and help with boa or what's the snake that we're having problems with in the Everglades?
pythons.
Pythons, to help with the python problem, to help
They
track
basically
them.
they eat them and die. Oh, it's like a tracking device that the snake can eat.
Correct, correct. So now it's like now they eat the rabbit and now they can be tracked and dealt with that way. Or maybe they do it and die. I don't know. I just know that they were released into the wild to help with the python population.
Yeah, I remember they used to incentivize people going and hunting them.
Yeah, because it's messing up the ecosystem in the Everglades.
Isn't that crazy to think about that it's so many snakes that it's like if you we can't even like manage it properly. I can't
And
fathom that amount of snakes.
I know, and to think about some of these snakes, they're getting to the point where it's like it's becoming a problem because they're the main predator. It used to be alligators, right? What the fuck?
Yeah, that is crazy to think about.
Like a fucking snake eating a python or an alligator or a crocodile?
I don't fuck with snakes at all, man. It's just the way they slither. Everything. They're
I'm
basically
with
they just look like they're there to kill you or bite you. It's like their
I'm
one
with you,
function.
bro. If they could fly, I'd be one of the first ones volunteering to go to Mars.
It's like the only thing they can do is bite and eat. That's like all their only function: slither around and bite and eat things. They don't.
Oh well, they can choke the hell out of you.
That's true, but yeah, yeah. That's never. I don't know. I don't know why it's never been as much of a fear for me as a snake bite is.
That's more of a fear for me than getting bit by one. Like if I get bit by one, I'll handle that. But if you got me wrapped up and you're like just crushing me slowly,
Yeah,
and
but I
then you're
feel
gonna eat me, like I'm
I
already
don't know.
dead
I feel
before
like
you
I'd be
even
able
bite
to
me.
get out of the situation before it got to a point where I'm getting choked out by the snake.
I mean,
Maybe
like
not.
that depends on the size of the snake. I mean, the ones that we're talking about in the Everglades here are freaking 10 to 15 feet long.
But are they fast? Can they like catch you if you get a head start on it? Because that would be
Uh, that I,
terrifying
don't-
if it could track you
that I
down
don't know. I
and
don't know. That's a world I'm not trying to find the answer to.
well, I was in Costa Rica and they were talking about the pit viper as we walked by one that was like only a few feet away, and they're like, yeah, basically, if any of you get bit by a pit viper right now on this walk, it's you're probably not going to make it. And I was like, this is fucked.
It's
I
like
was like,
that's something I did not want you to tell me.
yeah, well, they're in. I don't know where the else pit vipers are, but they're in Costa Rica. Yeah, it's like it's even if you first of all, like the venom is very rare, but even if you have the venom somewhere, it's still such a fast acting poison from that snake that it kills you very quickly.
Yeah, that's
And
not
they
cool.
said if it's the worst one is the baby snakes, because the adult snakes have a better way to regulate how much poison they shoot into you when they bite you. But the babies, they have a hard time controlling it. So they just like bite you and shoot it like all the poison. So you're way more likely to die when you get bit by a baby, because it doesn't have like it doesn't control how much poison it ejects. Kind of wild to think about.
Yeah, but I mean, it makes sense too.
Yeah, I guess there's like I guess the thinking is like the snake like doesn't want to lose all of its ammo in one go. So it only ejects a little bit when it bites you, but the baby ones or the younger ones don't have good control yet, or don't know, or not sure. Random facts about pit vipers.
Well, that's how it rolls, man. But it's been good talking to you, Joe. But I need to make sure that my kids eat some of these chicken wings and shit. That was our power rankings. I think we did a fairly good job there of ranking everybody fairly. Um,
Yeah.
I'll share that. I'll share that onto the Discord shortly in case you want it to do anything with it. If not, whatever. But I appreciate you rolling through and talking football with me.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Take care, Cat in the Hat. Enjoy those wings.
All right, man. You have a good day.
All right, peace.
Later. And everyone else, I appreciate y'all rolling through and chilling with us as well. This was our rankings for the NFL, and we'll get to you. We'll holler at you on the next one. I don't know what I'm going to be working on next. Probably schedule predictions. If yeah, schedule predictions will be the next step. And then we got training camp coming up. So make sure y'all smash that like, smash that subscribe, and tune in for the next one. Peace.